you are here. Before I begin, I would like to share a few reminders. Please keep the aisles clear during our meeting to allow members of the school system and the Sheriff's Department to move about. Also, except for when honoring the flag, our opening prayer, and participating in the call to audience, please remain seated during our meeting. We hope to have a productive and efficient meeting, and your help is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much, and again, thank you for being here this evening. At this time, we will ask Ms. Bowie to call the roll.
Good evening. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Hugh McManus.
Present.
And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Thank you very much. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Bradford. Do we hear a second?
A second.
Second from Ms. Craybill?
Whoever.
Okay, Ms. Craybill. Second from
wanted to add
Craybill.
some-
All in favor of the...
No, I wanted to add something to the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
To add a student voice back in to the agenda, and I think we put it after recognitions.
We'll do that after recognition. Is there a second? I'll
Second.
Okay, you beat me to it. Second, all in favor of adding student voice? That will be added again right after recognitions. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. With that change, we do have a motion, and I think, Ms. Craybill, would you mind continuing with your second on that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
second. All in favor of approving the agenda, signify by aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Again, passes 7-0. At this time, if you would, please join us as we stand and have our invocation by the Reverend Angela Walker. Thank you for being here this evening.
Good evening. Let us pray. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, we just come before the throne room of mercy and grace tonight. We acknowledge, Lord Father, that you are sovereign God. We acknowledge, Lord Father, that you sit on the throne of mercy and grace and that you are high and lifted up. Lord Father, as we go forth in this meeting tonight, I invite your holy presence to dwell among us, Lord Father. Saturate us in a very mighty way, that everybody at the sound of my voice would experience a mighty move of your power and your presence, Lord God, and filtrate the hearts and the lives of every person here. Lord Father, help us to remember, Lord God, that you are in control of all things and nothing escapes you. You know in advance how this is going to turn out tonight. And Lord Father, I just pray right now that you would be mindful of the people that are here and help them to be mindful, Lord God. Help them to be mindful of the way they conduct themselves, that they would conduct themselves in a holy manner. Lord Father, reminding each person to be respectful, to be honorable, to be truthful, and Lord Father, to display Christian values, Lord God. Lord Father, we love you, Lord Father, tonight. I pray against any demonic, demon, devil, tactic, Lord Father, that is set up here tonight. Lord Father, we acknowledge, Lord Father, that the enemy plants itself here to disrupt, to dishonor, to provide discord and chaos. Lord Father, I tear down every stronghold of the enemy tonight, Lord God. And we just acknowledge your presence here because, Lord Father, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. And I thank you, Lord God, for the opportunity to come before you tonight. I praise your mighty name and I glorify you because you are King of Kings and you are Lord of Lords. And Lord Father, I just pray peace be still tonight, Lord God. Let peace rule and reign in this place tonight as we glorify you and we thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Walker. At this time, we will have the Hoggard High School Junior ROTC Color Guard unit providing the presentation of colors. It's under the direction of Commander David Everett and Staff Sergeant Gochardo, Principal Mary Paul Beal.
Face, forward, march, color guard, all color guard, left, face,
The national anthem will be performed by the
carry,
Ashley High School Band under the direction of Robert Parker.
ready, cut. Color guard, carry, colors, ready, cut, color guard, order, colors, ready, cut, color guard, rise, face, forward, march.
Our Pledge of Allegiance this evening will be led by Board Member Melissa Mason.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. At this time, I've asked the color guard to come back up and introduce themselves to us, and also the Ashley Band.
I'm Cadet Ensign Giles. I'm in 11th grade at Hoggard High School.
I'm Cadet Ensign Long. I'm an 11th grader at Hoggard High School.
I'm Cadet Lieutenant DePietro, and I'm a senior at Hoggard High School.
I'm Cadet Petty Officer 3rd Class McAuliffe, and I'm in 9th grade at Hoggard High School.
My name is Jasper Schultz. I am a clarinetist / bass clarinetist at Ashley High School.
My name is Jackson Kennedy. I am a tuba player at Ashley High School, and I am in 11th grade.
My name is Brandon Scheck. I am a euphonium player at Ashley High School, and I am in 10th grade.
I'm Karis McRae. I'm an alto saxophone player. I'm in 12th grade at Ashley High School.
Again, thank you all for being here this evening. Thank you very much. We will continue with recognitions and introductions. Caress, I believe, is going to be leading that. There she is. I couldn't find you. I'm sorry.
Good evening, board members, chair and vice chair, and Dr. Faust. I am here with our recognitions for the month of March. Bear with me, we do have quite a few to recognize for their excellence in the district. First up, I would like to recognize Kim Lazotto. Kim graduated from the North Carolina Association of School Business Officers Academy, earning a School Business Director certification. This program is focused on North Carolina school finance, and certification requires the completion of 21 courses with an assessment of each. At this time, I'd like to welcome Kim to collect her certificate. Oh, hold on just a second. We'll get a photo. Last month, we were able to recognize our UNC Catalyst Conference attendees and our Hobie Leadership Seminars attendees from both Laney and New Hanover High School. This month, I am proud to recognize those from Hoggard and Ashley. Powered by college students to empower high school students, the University of North Carolina Catalyst Conference connects North Carolina's next generation of catalysts for positive change. During a weekend at UNC Chapel Hill, go Tar Heels, students develop leadership skills and awareness of issues impacting today's society. The following NHCS students will be attending: Leah Delange from Ashley High School and Sophie Dickers from Hoggard High School. Next, for our Hobie Leadership Seminar at North Carolina State University. The North Carolina Hobie Leadership Seminar is a 3-day leadership program for approximately 140 rising high school juniors held each June in Raleigh. Hobie ambassadors have an opportunity to develop their critical thinking skills, learn about their leadership styles, and form an appreciation for community service. They attend panel sessions featuring prominent speakers from our government, businesses, media, and educational communities. They participate in leadership development workshops and activities. When these students return, they serve as ambassadors to their populations eager to impact their schools positively. Congratulations to the following student: Caitlin Foy of Ashley High School, Lincoln Woodall of Ashley High School, Krish Mishra of Hoggard High School, and Aparna Dolipala of Hoggard High School. Congratulations to these students. Congratulations to Roland Grice Middle School on winning their second Black History Bowl championship. Your impressive achievement is a testament to the dedication and hard work of the students, teacher, and staff involved in the competition. By demonstrating your knowledge and appreciation of Black history and culture, you have shown the importance of celebrating diversity and promoting inclusivity in our society. Your success is not just a reflection of your academic excellence, but also a source of an inspiration for others to follow. Keep up the great work and continue to make a positive impact in your community and beyond. Congratulations, and I welcome up the Roland Grice Middle School Black History Bowl team.
So we're missing a few, but this is the amazing Liza Blackburn and Jack Snowden, and we're missing Max Pollock Ingrid Rosas, and thank you, Eduardo Flores. Sorry, I just got stage fright. But I'm in awe of these children. I just cheer for them. So I'm gonna get in the picture.
I'm going to stand in for Caress for just a moment, and as I do, I'd ask the communications and outreach team to go ahead and come forward. And as they do, these are the folks that tell the stories of our students, our staff, our community. They're behind the camera, they're behind the keyboard, they're behind our social media platforms. They stream these meetings, they keep our websites running, of which there are 4,000 plus individual pages. They answer questions in the media, they manage public relations, they bring in invaluable contributions, donations, they enhance our community partnerships. Last month, this team took home 30 awards at the North Carolina School Public Relations Award Association ceremony, and the most gold awards of any district in the state of North Carolina. In addition to 1 bronze and 12 silver awards, they received gold awards for the following work, and I'm going to use my auctioneer voice here because we still have more to get to. Caleb Price and Anita Baggy, Digital Media Engagement for the All Hands on Deck Community Partnership and Engagement. Caleb Price, Best of NHCS Community Partner Newsletter. Anita Baggy, Digital Media Engagement for the NHCS Curriculum and Instruction webpage. Kevin Hubbard and Chase Fulton, Electronic Media for National School Social Work Appreciation Videos. Kevin Hubbard, Electronic Media for Hispanic Heritage Class Videos. Chase Fulton, Electronic Media for Learning Targets Videos. Caress Clegg, Graphic Design for the NHCS Crisis Protocol. Caress Clegg, Russell Clark, and Kevin Hubbard, Electronic Media for the NHCS Recap Video Series. Russell Clark, Kevin Hubbard, and Chase Fulton, Electronic Media for the NHCS Insight Video Series. And finally, Christina Beam won the Best of the Best Writing Award for the 2nd year in a row for her piece, Still She Rose, Black History Month through Angela Henry's Wilmington. Additionally, Christina took home Excellence in Writing for Right Alongside You, Ann Hughes, Excellence in Writing for Forever Their Angel, Remembering Bellamy teacher Rachel Mack, publication of the 2022 annual report, photography for the First Day Selfie, graphic design for the district instructional framework, graphic design for COVID relief funds. Board members, colleagues, and guests, this is the best school communication team in the state of North Carolina. I would pit them against any in the country. I'm honored, I'm humbled to work with them every day. Team, congratulations.
At this time, we would like to recognize our 44 National Board certified teachers who have renewed, maintained their National Board certification. This accomplishment is a testament to these individuals' high caliber and classroom practices. They have achieved the highest recognition as a teacher. Though this honor is reflective of each individual who has achieved their national boards, we know that our students of New Hanover County will be the true beneficiaries. At this time, we ask the following individuals to come up. Brittany Barden of Castle Hayne Elementary. Rosalie Cerverni of Castle Hayne Elementary. Lori Lynn Gerard of Murray Middle School. Lisa Klingston-Smith of Coddington Elementary School. Heather Bostian, Anderson Elementary School. Dora Davis, Ashley High School. Dana Wolf, Ashley High School. Janine Romero, Forest Hills Elementary School. Christine Go, Bellamy Elementary School. Wendy Lewis, Bellamy Elementary School. Jeremy Milligan, Holly Shelter Middle School. Jennifer Booth, International School of Gregory. Letitia Kirby, Isaac Bear Early College High School. I was beginning to think no one else showed up. Stephanie Cruz, John T. Hoggart High School. Ann Sinclair, Hoggart High School. Lauren Flythe, Murrayville Elementary School. Peter Hunt, Murrayville Elementary School. Allison Red, Myrtle Grove Middle School. Formerly of Myrtle Grove Middle School, currently North Carolina NHCS Math Lead. It's still on your certificate that says that. So. Maureen Hill, Literacy Lead Teacher. Ashley Hawkins, Pine Valley Elementary School. Kristen Boberg, Masonboro Elementary School. Michelle Rapp, Masonboro Elementary School. Brandy Laney, Wrightsboro Elementary School. And our final one that is here in attendance, Brent Hall, Winter Park Elementary School. And just an extra congratulations to Brent. Mr. Hall currently serves as the principal of Winter Park. It's not very often you see principals who continue their national board certification, so congratulations to Mr. Hall. Congratulations. You're welcome. Just a few more to get through. I am honored to recognize Kristen Thacker. Can Kristen come up? Oh, yeah. Miss Thacker is the athletic trainer at Laney High School. While at a wrestling match, her heroic action saved a life. Her quick thinking and decision action helped to prevent a tragedy and demonstrated the importance of first aid and CPR training. Ms. Thacker's actions serve as a shining example of the importance of first aid and CPR, particularly in high-stress environments such as sports events. Her bravery and dedication to her profession are an inspiration to all of us and a reminder of the critical role that athletic trainers play in ensuring the safety and well-being of the athletes and spectators alike that they support. On behalf of all of those whose lives she has touched, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and recognition to Krista Thacker for her life-saving measures at a Laney wrestling match this year for her selfless and heroic actions. At this time, could we have the Laney wrestling team come up? They can go ahead. So this has become a tradition here. For the past 3 years, I have been able to write the speeches and recognize Laney High School wrestling team. I am thrilled to extend congratulations to each and every one of you for your outstanding achievement of winning your 3rd consecutive state wrestling championship. Your hard work, determination, and dedication to the sport have paid off in the most incredible way possible. Your success is a testament to your exceptional skills, teamwork, and sportsmanship. You have shown that with perseverance, passion, and grit, anything is possible. Your performances were truly exceptional, and you have made your school and community proud. Not only on the mat, but also in the classroom. You have set a high standard with 19 scholar athletes for other teams to follow. 19 scholar athletes. Congratulations on another remarkable season. And I'm just going to go down the line and say everyone's name. There's 44, so bear with me. Congratulations. And all those certificates, you can give them to Coach Adams and he can give them out. Donovan Amons, Aiden Arrington, Timothy Betts, Mason Blue, Grant Bradshaw, Nicholas Brodeur, Tyler and Avery Bonacore, Jenny Bugby, Tristan Cotto, Chris Cruz, Zach Flournoy, Ben Garrett, Tommy Gillespie, Harry Godwin, Alex Hopper, Evelyn Hong, Marquise Kelly, Mia Kaiser, Matt Kopelman, Sam Kopelman, Samuel McQueen, Kingston Neal, Santiago Pacheco, apologies, Elena Pollock, Noah Riley, Tristan Richardson, Daniela and Cynthia Orlana, Jacob Rosen, Asante Ross, Ty Rutherford, Katie Simmons, Caden Smith, apologies, Ethan Strickland, Robbie Tan, Eli Thomas, Noah Thomas, Holden Walker, Dylan Webb, and Michael Williams. And a special congrats to Elena Pollock on winning Women's Invitational Championship this year. While you guys stay up here, I would like to acknowledge your coach, Coach Adams. I met Coach Adams probably over a decade ago when he was MMA wrestling in Wilmington. He used to come into a restaurant that I worked at every week, at least once a week, and order a 6-egg Tex-Mex omelet, blackened chicken, onions, peppers, mushroom with a side of salsa and sour cream on the side, like clockwork. And our restaurant sponsored him in his MMA fighting. So what I learned early on was about his dedication, his determination, and his grit. It is with that all here, I'm here to congratulate Coach Andre Adams for being named North Carolina Wrestling Association Coach of the Year. This is a tremendous honor and a testament to Coach Adams' hard work, dedication, and leadership in the sport of wrestling. Coach Adams' commitment to his athletes and his team has clearly paid off, and his coaching skills and strategies have helped guide his wrestlers to success on the mat and in the classroom. His ability to inspire and motivate his team to perform at their best is a true reflection of his passion for the sport and his commitment to helping his athletes reach their full potential. Once again, congratulations to Coach Andre Adams on this well-deserved recognition as North Carolina Wrestling Association Coach of the Year. He is truly an inspiration to his athletes and the wrestling community as a whole. And at this time, Coach Adams, I want to give you a minute to say a few words.
Thank you. Not really sure how I follow all that, but I'd just like to thank you guys again for having us today. We are proud to be able to bring back the highest achievement of our sport to New Hanover County and Laney High School for the third time. This season, which was filled with adversity, truly showed the power of determination and belief. As the whole state counted us out this season, we fought to become the 5-time Mid-Eastern Conference champions, 5-time Eastern Regional Conference champions, dual-team state runner-up, and, as you know, the 3-time individual tournament state champions. This season, we also had a boom in our female participation. We went from 2 to 8 wrestlers this year, finished 5th as a team in their individual invitational championship, and had 4 go to the invitational championship. With the boom of women's wrestling, we are excited for next season. That will be the first official year of women's wrestling being sanctioned. As she already had, Jesus, as We have so much success with our program, we sometimes forget the other important statistics of our accomplishments. She recognized that we had 19 members of our team become scholar athletes. That's maintaining above a 3.5 GPA, 10 of which had above a 4.0. 3 out of our 6 state placers this year were scholar athletes, including both of our state champions, Avery Bonacore and Alex Hopper. Both of which embodied the overall goal of our coaching to use our sport to create better young men and women. We look forward to upholding this standard to the best of our abilities, and will always take pride in representing Laney and New Hanover County. Thank you.
That concludes our recognitions for the evening. Thank you, and please give our recognitions another round of applause.
At this time, I will call Dr. Barnes up for the administrative, and not doing that. Okay, we're going to skip right over that. We will go on to our superintendent's report. Dr. Faust? Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. At this point, we will have our student voice presentation. Thank you, Ms. Craven.
Hi, my name is Cassie Thompson, and I'm a junior in high school.
Hi, I'm Salman Bond, and I'm also a junior.
Hi, I'm a part of Billy Paula, and I'm a sophomore.
Hi, I'm Miles Pollock, and I'm a junior.
So we are all part of the Student Voice team, a team of students working towards greater collaboration and co-creation with adult decision makers in New Hanover County schools. Thank you so much for your patience and support throughout this process. We are so grateful for our designated space to speak at each board meeting. We just wanted to give you all an update on what we've been working on since our policy was passed in October. Moving forward, in case of conflicting schedules, we will always have a representative some way of meeting or such as this video.
After a short break, our group of students has been crafting an interest form to send out to middle and high school students, informing them on student voice opportunities outlined in our policy, and gathering data on how many students want to join each structure, such as the committees. We're going to present this form at the next principals meeting in April, asking for support in distributing the form in whatever ways are most effective at each school. Once we gather the data about student interest, we will report to Mr. Johnson.
Another thing we have been working on is coordinating with Mrs. Clegg to set up a student voice website for students to find information about our policy, joining structures, and how they can get involved. We are also in the process of coordinating a meeting with Mr. Johnson and equity team leaders Abby Nobles and Brian Jones to discuss the logistics of implementation, and specifically a yearly summit for students involved in school equity teams and other structures outlined in our policy.
Our goal is to reach all types of students to create a diverse student representation from every middle and high school, to collaborate with adult decision makers and use their voices to create effective and efficient communication between students and adults. As students, we want to make sure decisions made for us are made with us in a safe and productive space, which we are excited that our policy will allow us to do. Every student has a unique perspective and valuable insight to share about their educational experience that can greatly benefit the school board. We thank you again for supporting us and working so hard to give students in New Hanover County an exemplary education. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
In the months to come. At this time, we will carry on with our superintendent and his report.
Good evening. First,
want to start with, we're excited to announce our upcoming Principal of the Day event on March 22nd, which is aligned with our strategic plan to cultivate strong community partnerships for the benefit of our students. This event, which we planned in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce, offers elected officials and community leaders an unparalleled chance to shadow our principals and directly observe their day-to-day operations. Our community partnerships are essential to us, and we are proud of the work, and we're proud to work with a diverse group of leaders from local businesses, nonprofit organizations, and government agencies. We believe that this event will further strengthen these relationships and help us ensure that our students have the resources and support they need to succeed both in and beyond school. Next is budget planning. The budget planning process involves several meetings, including a finance committee meeting, a budget work session with the entire board and senior staff, and our regular board meetings where we propose and finalize budget drafts are presented for approval. The final budget is then presented to the county commissioners for consideration and approval. This is our local budget. The current year's funding sources were distributed as follows. 43% of our budget is from the state, 20% from our federal government, and 24% from our county, and 13% this is a combination of capital, school fund services, and fund balance appropriation. Throughout the budget process, we use the strategic plan as a guide to ensure that resources are allocated in a way that supports the goals and priorities of the school district. As I mentioned last month, we have proactively initiated a right-size effort across all divisions to ensure that we can maintain a balanced budget. Part of this effort will result in a 10% reduction in all division budgets. This is necessary due to several factors, including state-mandated increases to salaries, rising costs of retirement, medical benefits, and other expenses, as well as a decrease in student enrollment. Additionally, our student population has, of course, decreased from approximately 26,000 students to approximately 25,000, which has affected our funding for the upcoming fiscal year to balance the 22-23 budget. That's our current budget. We had to use $4 million from our fund balance to appropriate. As a result, we must scale back our expenses this year to ensure that we maintain a balanced budget while providing our students with the resources they need to succeed. Principals have been meeting individually with our HR and finance departments to go over proposed changes to the allotment formulas, as well as reductions in certain positions as a part of balancing the budget. These proposed changes include staff reductions at school as well as central office. Just an update, just want to give some information on call to the audience. Last month and then yesterday, we ran into some technical difficulties on one and then some, I'll say, human error on the other. In January, when we opened up call to the audience, there were so many people that signed in sometime at the same second that they weren't able to stop at the 30, so that's why it bled over into the other. So then this time, we were putting in some added information from the board and deleted part of the link. And so when it was time to open, it wasn't connecting, the Google form wasn't connecting from one site to the next site. So we had to go back in, put the link back in, update it, and so those individuals had to refresh. Individuals who reached out to board members, if you sent us the email, we reached back out to those individuals to make sure that they were on the call to the audience. At the time that I think probably about 10 o'clock or so when we had looked at it, there were 21, and then we looked again today, it's like 25 individuals had signed up at that time. So if we had missed anyone, we were asking them to reach back out to our offices, and we'll put them back in. One of the things that we are looking at is how do we allow it to do it automatically. And so those are some things that we'll be investigating as we pursue, but it does get overwhelming on Mondays. So we want to thank all of those who were working yesterday. And there were a lot of people who were trying, oh my gosh, to make this thing work and make it work effectively. But I'll be honest with you, there was no scheming or anything behind the scenes. It was literally the link got cut off half as we were cutting and pasting it into the new one. But we're going to be really and truly investigating what it looks like looking at an automated system so that it will do its own thing and not no one has to start it and stop it at those times. That concludes my information, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. I do appreciate that. And thank you for letting us know about what's going on with the call to audience. Next, we have the board chairperson's report. It was a busy month. First, I'd like to thank my fellow board members who reached out and shared their schedules with me. You have been very, very busy. Some highlights from my month. We had school visits. I had a great time. I went to Williston, to Freeman, sat down with the new principal there, Wrightsboro, Murrayville, Trask, Laney, and Castle Haynes. So I was at several schools. I'm going to continue to try to get out to schools as much as possible. That is one of the best things, one of the things I enjoy most about this job is going back and seeing students working hard and teachers working hard with them, others working hard with them. So we do thank all our staff for all their hard work, and students, you'll see me again. I also stopped by Wrightsboro for the Read Across America parade. Got there right on the nick of time, so we thank Principal Overby for putting that on and for inviting us to come out to it. As was mentioned a minute ago, the Black History Bowl at Williston, we do thank Principal Madden for hosting that. Congratulations to all the competing teams. There was one match that I saw that went into overtime, and it was, I think, Trask and Williston, and it was quite the match. Last round of overtime, and one of the young folks from Williston pulled out the answer. So congratulations to all the teams that participated in that, and of course, a special congratulations to Roland Grice on winning that. Met with the Cape Fear Community College president and chairman of the Board of Trustees. We had multiple discussions with the New Hanover County Sheriff and his department about meeting safety, so I do thank all the deputies that are here this evening for all their hard work, and also the sheriff. Meeting with a Board of Education member, Dr. Faust, and a community member about new and innovative ways to support our priority schools. Great meeting we had, and it was the beginning of hopefully many, many more meetings about that. Multiple meetings with our county commissioners concerning the budget. We will have another one coming up this week, and we will be inviting more and more of the board members to take part in that. I happened to walk into the CTE fair at Laney High School. I do want to thank Principal Little for inviting me over there. And boy, I tell you, what a great event that was. The gentleman who was in charge, the CTE director over at Laney, shared with me that it used to be that they would bring a busload or maybe 2 busloads of students to Cape Fear. Now they bring Cape Fear to Laney or to the other high schools, and they're able to have over 1,000 students find out all about CTE things. So just phenomenal. I spent, I think, 45 minutes there walking around, talking to folks, thanking them for being there, but it was awesome. And lastly, I attended the state of the county meeting yesterday, and I think that was a very good and profitable meeting also. That ends my board chairperson's report. We are now at the call to audience. I do want to read just a quick snippet before we start. We are now at the call to audience portion of the meeting agenda. The call to audience period will be 1 hour. Speakers will be recognized in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to present comments. Please know that if we have public comment opportunities at all our regular monthly meetings, and you are welcome to provide input through emails or letters. Additionally, and we will be setting dates for our public participation meetings later on in today's meeting. So we will have 3 of those this year. We'll be talking about exactly when they'll be. Whatever topic you choose to address, please remember this is a public meeting of a governmental body. As with all such meetings, it's important we preserve order and decorum. Please also remember that we are a public school system and children may be in attendance or may be watching from home. I ask that all model civility, mutual respect, and orderly conduct in our words and actions today. All points of view are welcome, but profanity or derogatory language is not appropriate. At this time, I will turn it over to our Vice Chair to start our call to audience.
Good evening. Start with Teresa Maples. Teresa Maples.
Good evening. I'm here to encourage you with the Word of God. 1 John 1:5 says, God is light, and in him is no darkness at all. John 1:5 says, light shines in the darkness, and darkness cannot comprehend it or overpower it. In Jesus' name, I pray you are encouraged as the Lord exposes ungodly policies and agendas, bringing them to light. I pray you are encouraged that you are handpicked, anointed, and appointed for such a time as this. When the hate mail comes, I pray you keep your eyes on Jesus and you walk by faith, not by sight. I pray you know Jesus promises to lead you and guide you, to advise you and to watch over you, if only you ask. As you stand for righteousness, certain people will be upset. You will be falsely accused, even attacked personally, as well as your business, as I know one of you already has been. But I pray you stand firm and you remember what Psalm 46:5 says. It says, God is within you. You shall not be moved. I pray this truth settles deep in your spirit and your soul. So when you do what is right in the Lord's sight, you truly will be unmovable and unshakable. And I pray the words of Jesus himself over you, found in Matthew 5, verses 10 through 12 and 16. He says, blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when they revile and persecute you, and say all kinds of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Let your light so shine before men, so that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. In Jesus' name.
Thank you, Ms. Maples. Katie Gates. Katie Gates.
Good evening, Board. I remain concerned why books like Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You still have space in the AP Lang curriculum. I also wanted to point out that I have received no acknowledgement of receipt nor any response from the superintendent to my formal appeal regarding this book, despite contacting them many times. So back to this book, Stamped. It really does present a biased view of history that claims America is irredeemably racist from its inception, while offering solutions that create division, promote reverse racism, and political activism. We are a constitutional republic, and that's not the way this country is designed to operate. This book promotes and praises social Marxism and professed communists like Angela Davis. It promotes and praises political activism through strong use of persuasive rhetorical ethos. Students do need to learn about all of our U.S. history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Though history and civics curriculums have failed us, the 2021 Fordham Institute study graded North Carolina standards in history with an F and a D- in civics. So what then are our kids learning about history here in North Carolina? They're learning that our country is systemically racist from books like this presented in English class. Books that praise activism over law and order, praising mob rule over republicanism and federalism. Yet the school curriculum committee tells me this book was chosen because of its strong rhetoric and it being a stellar example of a persuasive argument. They say it wasn't selected based on content. Well, this is alarming as a parent because the content is being consumed and it is destructive and it is divisive and it's not compliant with District Policy 3200 standards. We live in the freest nation in the world with the most successful governing document of any nation. Only the Constitution, biblical and moral principles stand in the way of tyranny. Let's celebrate what we have, what made our nation great. Let's teach our kids to be aware of our country's mistakes and learn from them. Educate our children, not indoctrinate them through books like Stamped. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Judy Justice. Judy Justice.
Was going to talk about call to the audience, but just listen. Over the last 2 months, New Hanover County schools have repeatedly made the national news. First for the attack on our LGBTQ youth by preventing students from playing middle school sports because of their gender identification. Next for the law-breaking behavior of the white nationalist Proud Boys who are intentionally trying to intimidate and scare people. Now, this week, we are in an article in the Washington Post detailing the retaliation against one of our social studies teachers for teaching the real history of Christopher Columbus, whose intent was when he reached America. She was teaching using Columbus's own words, that's primary sources, from a journal he wrote as he landed and took control of an island. He wrote how easy it would be to enslave the local natives and that he had already done so to several. A parent complained because she said that her white son had been made to feel guilty for learning these facts. When the teacher defended her mission, which is to teach facts, the parent escalated the situation all the way to the central office where HR told her to stop teaching real history. They also put a disciplinary note in the teacher's file because she was trying to teach real history. Teaching real history is necessary for democracy to survive and thrive. In authoritarian governments like Russia and China, Iran, people are lied to in their schools. That way they can keep tight control of the citizens and prevent them from telling the truth and knowing the truth. This happened last year while I was on the board. The situation was a teacher. We were never told by our superintendent and the HR department that censorship had taken place. I know that some of us on the board would have stepped in and prevented the retaliation against this teacher. I also know that this teacher and others have been told by the leadership not to contact the board about this and other matters. Yet another reason that our experienced teachers are leaving in droves. Censorship and more are taking place in our classrooms under this leadership. It is now your job to protect our teachers' professional ability to educate our children with real facts, not hide these facts from our students.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I've been thinking about many of the Board of Education discussions we've had over the past year or so regarding student behavior and strategies for successful learning for New Hanover County elementary school students. There have been many published reports this last month or so that are fairly disturbing, and it occurred to me that maybe it would be wise if we had more guidance counselors and also hired, for screening purposes, child family therapists. I don't know if the school has any, the school district has any, and who do they serve and where are they located. I think screening problem situations before they happen, when they're identified as potentials, would be a great service for the students, the teachers, the resource professionals, guidance counselors for New Hanover County schools. And I have talked to a therapist friend of mine who's worked in state hospitals, in school districts around North Carolina. And it can be very successful if there's a screening program in pre-K, first grade areas. So I would like you all to consider that, along with hiring more teacher professionals, guidance counselors, and other support staff. Thank you.
Gail Major.
Good evening, everyone. As you know, we've been working on the book grievance. Evidence has been combined in probably about 2 years now. I am speaking to you today because I have not received any response from any board member, superintendent, commissioners, Title IX, the sheriff's office. I did get a call from the DA's office today, which was very nice of them. And I think I let some of you know that it looks like they want the burden to be on you, which is where it is according to the grievance. And I'll refer to 115C98, which I referred to before. It gives you, the 7 board members, sole authority to make a decision, look at the books according to how they've been given to you with the evidence there, and form a committee. I was hoping that I could hear a little bit of discussion about that, maybe adding it to the agenda today, but I see that's not happening. Do you understand the grievance? Do you understand the consequences if you do not respond? Have you been told that you lose your immunity? If you have not, perhaps you want to address your lawyer. I'm not sure where that person is, because the Trey Allen 10-page act displays that clearly. And do you know the penalty if it goes to civil? $1 million per item. Right now I have 73 books. Not saying that they're all going to meet civil. That's your job to figure out what it meets. But I know darn well that these are awful. They do not belong in the children's libraries, and they have access through ebook.
Ms. Majors, your
Thank
time
you,
is
Ms.
up.
Major.
Thank you.
Chris Sutton.
First, congratulations to Laney High School wrestling team for another championship and having 19 scholar athletes. Hopefully statistics like that will help secure stipends for women's wrestling coaches countywide, since that is currently up in the air. 1 year, I've been pushing for LifeVac anti-choking devices to be in our schools. 1 week out from finally having it discussed by the board, I find out it's been pulled from the agenda and replaced due to an agreement being reached with Novant to cover the cost of anti-choking devices, which is great. But I have questions, and when I reached out to Novant in the school district, I was unable to receive the answers, so please, board members, consider these questions tonight during the discussion. Did they come to us, or did we request it from them? Is this an inserted tracheal device, a device that goes past the voice box, or whether this stays outside applied to the, like a plunger? Is there specific training necessary for the device? Is that going to be offered for free for Novant, or are we going to have to pay for it? What is the lifetime of the device? LifeVac was a lifetime, never expiration device. How many devices are they giving us? Is there enough devices for each nurse's office? Because kids with low blood sugar eating a snack sometimes pass out and creates a major choking hazard. That's a lot of cause of deaths. Is there enough devices for EC classrooms where special needs children eat their food? Will we have some for athletic trainers, since we just had Ms. Thatcher save a life in one way, she might save a life in another way. Next, due to our checkered history, I got not much time. Due to our checkered history, I'm asking for a change in policy. Anytime an investigation into inappropriate relations with a student ends in termination or resignation, I'd like for the school board to go into closed session, look over the evidence, and vote on whether to refer it to the state. Currently, that is left up to the administration to decide unless mandated by state. We can have this board vote after the appeal process is satisfied, and only for cases that administration didn't send to the state. In cases where the case is referred to the state by the administration, the board should be briefed and given all evidence against the faculty member. Thank you.
Two minutes is not a lot. I show up monthly because I care about the teachers, staff, and students in our schools. Well, I cannot speak to all my concerns in 2 minutes. When I stand in front of you, I can hope that you're listening. Many of you sitting up there were in my spot not too long ago, and I'd like to think you'd appreciate the importance of the public's voice, yet now you are wanting to limit it. Yes, last month was intense, but this month the call to the audience was open through noon today. Please don't go creating solutions to something that's not usually a problem. It detracts from the important aspects of your job. I looked up the Code of Ethics for board members, and I wanted to highlight a few commitments each of you signed when you were sworn in. Endeavor to make policy decisions only after full discussion at publicly held board meetings. Allow controversial issues to be presented and considered fairly and without bias. Render all decisions based on the available facts and independent judgment, and refuse to surrender that judgment to individuals or special interest groups. Represent the entire county without fear or bias. Remember always that a board member's first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of the students attending the public schools. I've watched you all sign this code, yet I'm not seeing all the members following it with fidelity. I see a number of you pushing personal agendas that are identical to special interest groups and not in the best interest of all students. This cannot continue to happen. Board members must be advocates for local public education, and in doing so, they need to listen to the people who are face-to-face with our students daily. Teachers first, then support staff and administration. They need to be your guide. Our students have one chance to get a solid education, and it is the board's primary job to make sure they get it. I'll start by giving my advice as a retired educator. There is no program that can replace a caring human being in a classroom. As you move into budget season, look for ways to put more educator and staff in the buildings and support these people. When you invest this way, the students will be the ultimate winners. Work together and do what's right for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Posey. Leslie Posey.
Good evening. I'm sure some of you are wondering about my scraped nose and black eye. Last weekend, Martin and I were walking our dogs, and Carson, the youngest, lunged at a dog barking in the yard we were passing. I was standing on gravel, he pulled hard, and I went down flat on my face. So when we got home, what did I do? I could have locked Carson in his crate so he would be safe and not hurt anyone else. I could never take him on a walk again. I could send him to a shelter and hope he would be adopted by somebody else. But I'm not. I realized that Carson hasn't learned impulse control, and as a result, I got hurt. He didn't mean to. I was not prepared for his lagging skills. I also was not honest with myself about my lagging skills. We took dog training classes, but I obviously needed more. So, now that I've identified the problem, I'm establishing a plan to do more practice with the skills Carson and I need so that he will be able to go on walks without hurting himself or others. I am not blaming Carson for not having these skills. Instead, I'm taking a proactive approach. This is very similar to what's happening in New Hanover County schools. We have children who haven't learned the skills they need to be successful. Teachers need the time and additional training to plan for and work with children with lagging skills. There are excellent programs available to help everyone improve the skills in these ways, but you are not taking the time to discuss these issues or programs, give the teachers the training they need or support them. You are not being proactive. You are continuing to lock children in seclusion rooms, blame the children or their parents for their missing skills, and in some cases, letting the situation deteriorate until the children end up in the prison system. I'm not doing that to my dog. Why are you doing it to the children?
Natasha, too. I'm going to put her to the end of the list. Maybe she'll show up. Stephen Isles.
Ms. Brad, she sent us an email, but she's not attending tonight.
A letter from my wife. Dear teachers, parents, and children, I'm sorry. For over 2 years, I have passionately fought for each of you and have failed. To our teachers, I have tried to get the support you need. I know you feel defeated and demoralized. Each day, you are asked to do more with less. I'm sorry that Dr. Faust and the board have ignored our pleas to empower you so that you can support our children. We begged them for over 2 years to provide training, developmentally appropriate tools, increased staffing. I'm sorry they have abandoned you. To our parents, I'm sorry that you are still fighting the same injustices that parents have been fighting for decades. Each day, our children are discriminated against because of their race, disability, sexual and gender identity. I'm sorry that our district has not adopted models that protect our kids from discrimination. To our children, I'm sorry you are blamed for failures of our board and district leaders. I'm sorry you are required to go to school each day afraid and unsupported. I don't know why Dr. Faust and our board have not made you their priority. I don't know why you are in classrooms that are overcrowded or without a full-time teacher or TA, or why there are not enough trained adults to understand and support your specific needs. I don't know why they have chosen to blame you for challenging behaviors when they created an environment that is not designed for you to thrive and learn. I'm sorry they have not solved the problem with seclusion. I wish I knew why Dr. Faust and the board had blocked progress and transparent discussions on these problems. Tonight they will spend more time talking about how to limit our voices than they will solutions to support you. Clearly our teachers, parents, and children are not their priority, and for that, I'm sorry. It's laughable my wife could not be here to read this because the board finds her more threatening than the Proud Boys. See you next month.
Thank you, Stephen. Angie Haney.
Last month, this board passed an illegal policy to intentionally do harm to trans students in our district. Did any of you stop to consider the students who were devastated when they received that news the following day? Did you pause to think of those LGBTQ+ students who have suffered panic attacks and self-harm since that meeting as a result of your careless decisions? Probably not, as many of you are arrogant and ignorant enough to actually believe that those kids couldn't possibly be your own, and therefore you don't care. One board member cautioned you to undergo Title IX training before voting, as clearly it seemed that you did not understand federal law. Another was bold enough to create a blog indicating that you did understand Title IX and would still vote to make sure that trans students were denied equal opportunity to athletics. This was outside of the recommendation of the policy committee, your board attorney, and the Title IX coordinator. Many students and families are outraged and intend to seek legal recourse on how to hold this school board accountable. In fact, you've attracted the attention of outside organizations in litigation who hold far more power than the advocates in this room that you work so hard to silence. So keep that attorney contract, because it sounds like you're going to need it. Perhaps you should also pray hard that we don't lose more children to suicide, as their blood will be on your hands. The EDI committee met yesterday and barely even mentioned the willful discrimination of this board towards LGBTQ students. It's almost like they weren't even here for the last meeting. And in a district of 27,000 students, does anyone believe that none of our students felt compelled to speak on behalf of trans students? Where's their student voice? They've received the message not to anger the beast or risk the negative repercussions. When students have to seek approval to show a video and have their speech censored, what's authentic about that? Especially when the students in need of advocacy are the ones that this board seems to hate. Our youth are stronger, smarter, and resilient than most of the adults in this room. Most of them won't sit around waiting for permission to make true change while their classmates suffer in silence. You may keep their voices out of this boardroom, but you won't keep them out of this community.
Will you tell me how to pronounce your last name, please?
It's Atlas Zavatiri. Hi, my name is Atlas. I'm a transgender person. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a resident of the city of Wilmington. I'm here to address the decisions being made around Policy 3620. It is very clear that the new Hanover County School Board does not understand the differences between sex, sexuality, gender expression, and gender identity. Did you know that puberty blockers were invented for cisgender children in 1993 to slow down puberty that was deemed too fast? Where in Policy 3620 does it address the advantages and disadvantages of cisgender children and teens on puberty blockers and enhancers while playing sports? Where in this policy does it address intersex children who do not fit within the strict binary that you are labeling for them if they want to play sports? For example, there are bigger issues to focus on, like the staunch racism within our school systems. For an example, over a month ago, a young black girl was handcuffed at College Park Elementary School. Why aren't we discussing the safety issues of our children? Then attacking trans youth because it's trendy on Fox News. I would credit you, Melissa Mason, Pat Bradford, Josie Barnard, and Pete Wildebauer to be more intelligent people, but clearly you've proven that to be wrong. You have a job to do better to serve the community and not push a personal agenda, and to exercise and abuse your power by bullying trans, queer, and intersex children. I implore you all to find the self-compassion and humility to admit that you are wrong and you have no credentials to speak on what is right regarding trans youth within my community.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to discuss with you the difference between punishment and discipline. Punishment is when we send a child to timeout or get the SRO in to deal with an issue. Discipline is what we are called to do as people who work with children. Discipline is what is done throughout the Bible by shepherds. They have a rod and a staff. The rod and the staff are used to bring the sheep safely up to the field to keep them safe and bring them back. It's not to hit them, though some people have taken rod that way. That's not what it's about in the Bible. It is a rod to gently guide. Our children are struggling. They need to be gently guided. Shepherds cannot shepherd 200 sheep. They have to have a small group so that they can have a relationship with each sheep and know what that sheep needs to be able to function and to do what they need to do. As you prepare the budget for next year, you need to plan for staffing so that we can discipline and bring our children up rather than punishing and sending them to SROs. Our children need us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. Peter Radowich.
In last Wednesday's Star News, there was an article about seclusion in New Hanover County. One educator was quoted as saying, "We're pretty much told, do not use seclusion rooms." Now, I'm still advocating for using positive behavior alternatives and for a policy that ends seclusion, but this sets a bad example if we expect policies to be followed. The current regulation, 4302R, still allows school personnel to put kids in locked padded closets as reasonably needed for possession of a weapon, breaking up a fight, self-defense, or the threat of imminent physical harm to oneself or others. Sadly, increased violence to teachers and staff is being reported in New Hanover County and all across the state. So what's being done to support our traumatized students, teachers, and staff? Dismissing teacher and staff concerns isn't working. Their voices must be heard where decisions are being made. That includes permanent pay increases, higher levels of staffing, and protected lunch and planning times. With 112 seclusions so far this year, wouldn't it make sense to assign an individual aide to any child with an IEP who poses a threat of imminent physical harm to themselves or others? That certainly would reduce the use of seclusion. So, before you build new schools, buy more computers, or add more SROs, take care of the kids we have in our schools right now. You can start by taking care of our teachers and staff. That will increase safety for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Radowich. Robert Bellamy. Robert Bellamy.
How y'all doing? My name is Robert Bellamy, and I'm here in support of Love Our Children. As a former student, even though eighth grade education was all I received as a kid, who like many in the system has failed, my teachers never failed me. And I take my hat off to every educator who now works for this system that continues to fail them. They are so underpaid, while the cost of living never stops increasing. And greedy politicians vote to fill their pockets. Yeah, greedy politicians vote to fill their pockets. They work under harsh conditions, these teachers, while still inspiring kids to reach their goals. They risk their lives every day not knowing the outcome of an 8-hour shift. After 2 years of COVID, so many are stressed and traumatized. We are losing so many great educators because of the conditions they work under. Why would the Board of Education not support the staff and educators knowing all the facts, ignoring their needs, and dismissing their unheard cries? This is not a place for thought that does not end in concreteness. It is not easy to be too open or too curious. It is dangerous to dwell too much on things, to wonder who or why or when. To wonder how is dangerous. How do we, the people, get out of this hole? What's the way to fight? Might I do like Richard and Raff and Langston Hughes and them did? No. It's not easy to be an educator here, but yet they teach, they teach, they teach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bellamy. Huxley Steelman. Huxley Steelman. Okay. Mark Whitehead.
In 2006, the World Bank did a study to find out what makes a country's economy tick. And they came up with three components, which they called capital. There was natural capital, or natural resources. There was productivity capital, or what the country produces. And then there was intangible capital. And intangible capital is the work ethic, the discipline, how hard people work, and how they stick to their guns. It turns out that for the average country in the world, natural capital accounts for 5% of their economy. Productivity capital accounts for 18%, and intangible capital accounts for 77%. So over 3/4 of a country's economy is based on its discipline and work ethic. Switzerland was the #1 economy the year they did the study. It had 1% natural capital, 15% productivity capital, which meant 84% of the Swiss economy was intangible capital. And having grown up with a Swiss mother, I can testify to the intensity of those people. Likewise, the United Nations Human Development Index measures life expectancy, access to education, mean years of education for 25-year-olds, and expected years of income for education of those entering the school system, also per capita income. The United States is 21 on that list. Switzerland was 21st. There are only 4 non-Western countries on that list, and 2 of them, Hong Kong and Singapore, are merely city-states. The other 2 countries on the list that aren't Western are South Korea and Japan. And both of those were rebuilt by the United States and made in our image. So I've lived in 3 countries. I spent 18 weeks backpacking through Asia. I backpacked through Europe. I've been to a whole lot of places. I have 2 passports. But when the New Hanover County tells me I have to do culturally responsive teaching and how do I turn my classroom into something that's responsive of the kids in it, I say that's insulting. Because I never expected anybody to change for me when I went to another country. People are coming here to better their lives. I teach world history, I teach other cultures, I teach feng shui, but this is the United States, and our culture shouldn't be diminished, because that's why the people are coming here. We're not going there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Dr. Kimberly McDuffie?
Good evening. I have nothing written. I just want to say thank you all, Dr. Faust and the board, for having me. I am coming on behalf of the Gifted Advisory Committee for here in New Hanover County. I served New Hanover County for 11 years, and in my experience, there has been an unrepresented population of students in that program. I joined in with the GAC committee just this past few months, just to kind of give my insight on what we can do. I think a lot of times with the AIG community, a lot of our underrepresented communities, like our minorities, they may not have the information that they need in order to have their kids to participate in the AIG programs. I know that we are in a shortage of teachers, but I do think that when we are selecting our AIG instructional coaches, that we should consider the underrepresented community. If they're not aware of what we're offering, they don't know what to ask. So I came here today not to say anything negative about the board or anything negative about our superintendent, but just to make you aware of there needs to be some things done in order to push the information out to the representatives of the Hispanic, the minorities, the African Americans, so they will be aware of what we need to do in order to purposely invite our community into the AIG system. Thank you, Dr. Faust and the board.
Thank you, Dr. McDuffie. Tanisha Ogundelli.
Good evening. I'm glad that a year ago, the Board of Education voted to end out-of-school suspension for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds for minor infractions. I'm also glad that Ms. Barnum finally reported the total number of K-2 suspensions for first half of the school year. 21 out-of-school suspensions is a much lower number, but it still represents young children being kicked out of school. So how are you going to support teachers and staff for the remainder of the school year to help them bring that number of suspension even lower? Are you going to add more staff or at least restore positions that were cut last year? It seems to me that there are an awful lot of teachers and staff resigning or retiring every month. That makes it harder for teachers who haven't left to implement your policies. Maybe it's time to start paying them a livable wage. And I'm not talking about bonuses. I'm not talking about permanent pay increases. Our teachers and staff workers need conditions that our students need to learn in better learning conditions. Our teachers and staff working conditions are students' learning conditions. When they are not supported, the children suffer. Stop suffering and treat everyone with dignity. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Veronica McLaurin-Brown.
Here is some good news. 42 schools have reported no seclusion this year. Let that sink in. 42 schools. I wonder, why have they been so successful this year? How many EC children are in their schools? How many teachers, teacher assistants, counselors, and social workers do they have? Are they using the lives in the balance training that Ms. Varnum found funding for? Have they even started any of that training yet? Which positive behavior alternatives are they using? Which strategies have they found most successful? And I hope you will invite representatives from those schools to the May board meeting to answer those questions and to help educate the public on the positive and proactive ways educators are helping our children learn and thrive in our schools. I also hope that you'll ask for disaggregated data on seclusions. At minimum, you'll need to know the percentages of students in K2, 3, 5, and the middle and the high schools who have been secluded, and their gender, race, and if they have an IEP. Data presented as percentages help protect the identity of individual children. With disaggregated data, you'll be able to better determine the effectiveness of policies and programs, adjust those policies and programs as needed, identify the staffing and resources needed at each school. And please remember to get feedback from our teachers and staff, the people in the trenches. Feedback is the engine of improvement. Use it to improve student achievement and to keep our students and staff safe in schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Patricia Coolidge.
Couldn't see the screen. Patricia Coolidge, thank you. I came here tonight to back up the grievance that Gail Majors had given the board. It's been 90 days. I think 90 days is sufficient amount of time for you to look at the grievance and understand what's in there. So the question is, why have you not done that yet? The people voted in 4 new candidates that claim they're Republicans. You claim you're conservatives. You ran off the books. You know what they were made of. But yet, silence, nothing. I'm a little taken back by it. So my question to you tonight would be is, who controls you? Who tells you what you can do and what you can't do? Because the people here, obviously, they fall upon deaf ears. I don't know who represents you, but you represent this community, and I think it's time you start listening to it. The attorney, If he hasn't advised you by now to look at this grievance seriously, then he's not doing his job. You're not doing yourself any justice not reading that grievance, each and every one of you. You are liable.
Please lower the sign.
You are liable.
Please lower the sign.
You are responsible for every book a child picks up in that school. So the question is, why are you sitting here as Republicans ignoring the grievance? Do you not care about the children? You took the time to do the horse and pony show about the transgender policy. Horse and pony, because you all know, like I know, that that can be changed by those children going down and changing their birth certificates. Maybe that's why you did it. Is that why you did it, Josie? You want to roll your eyes? That's exactly why you did it, so you look like you were conservative and a Republican. A real conservative and a real Republican represent the people. And it's time you step up to do your job, Josie, Pat. And when the people hold you accountable, Pat.
Thank you, you're out of time.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Korn? Mike Korn. Mike Korn. Can you not hear me? Mike Korn.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. First thing I want to do is say congratulations to some of the new board members up here. And I've worked closely with a couple of you. I've known you for a few years, some of you, and you guys, you have a big burden on your shoulders. I'm not going to rehash what's already been done, but I'm going to remind you of a couple things that we worked hard on that grievance for the schools. We know what's in there. We know there's a lot of books that are really questionable. We know there's books that's pornography. There's books that are over the red line, pornography like you wouldn't believe. And they need quick attention from you guys. With all the issues you guys have going on, that's a big one. And we really need you guys to pay attention to that. We have a lot of people in the community speaking up about it. It's just a bad thing. It's going across the country. Now, one thing they mentioned is about the liability of this. Well, don't let us just be the talking post. Look at what's going on in the news across the country. How many school boards have already had lawsuits brought to their attention? There's one that just the other day that has to pay up. Things like that. I mean, we got to accelerate this a little bit and get these problems taken care of. You guys, the new people, have a big burden on your shoulders. We really appreciate that. And if there's one thing your attorney can do for you, instead of comforting you and saying you're exempt because of 190.15, you know, it doesn't mean it's not illegal according to 190.1. It's not, right? But they can work on a solution to help you guys out with getting rid of these books instead, and tell you the truth about the civil potential of monetary damages, punitive damages if you continue.
Time's up.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Ellie Klein.
My name's Ellie Klein. I'm a retired educator and policymaker. I was coming here tonight to talk about embracing all of our children. However, given the beginning of this meeting, I intend to speak truth to power. We are a nation, a democratic nation. We should be listening to the intent of our founding fathers and our founding mothers. We are a nation of people from all over the world. We are a nation of Baptists, Christians, Protestants, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, etc., etc. I want to remind this board, this superintendent, and yes, some clergy, that we do not embrace one religion in public government meetings. Thank you.
Protect your children. I keep reflecting on that campaign slogan used by the newly elected board members. I know full well that it was targeted to a very specific subset of parents, some of whom we've heard from tonight, with a narrow agenda of what protection means. However, now you are elected officials, elected to represent the entire community. It is your responsibility to help ensure that all of our children are protected. Speaking as a parent, social worker, and mental health professional, I know that our children are indeed in crisis, as are our schools and teachers, and they need our protection. However, it is not protection from books and accurate teachings of our complex shared history or the made-up boogeymen of CRT, DEI, and SEL. And it's certainly not protection from the true diversity that exists within our student body and community. For now, at least, I ask that you focus on ensuring that our children are at least protected in this public space. This space should be devoted to creating supportive, equitable education and enhancement opportunities for all students. Yet, here we've been subjected to inflammatory, offensive comments made by community members based on their personal and religious biases that have served to dehumanize children and their families for their sexual and gender identities. Students have been heckled for speaking their truth. The Proud Boys, essentially the modern-day KKK, have been allowed to break state law, stand fully concealed with their identities for the purposes of intimidation and to flaunt their extremist ideologies. They're not here tonight, but they will be back, we know that. And most egregious of all, you all are making policies based upon those narrow views. It is time to stand up, serve our community, protect all of our children, do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Avery. Last call, John McCullough. That concludes, oh, there you are.
My name is John McCullough. Thank you for having me. Just a quick note, sometimes in the audience we have a hard time hearing. Really appreciate it. I don't know if those microphones get any closer. Y'all could lean in a little bit more. Sometimes we have trouble hearing you. I'd like to address 3620 very briefly. Wasn't really my main intent. Those in the community that supported the new policy, there's not a lot of animosity. While we might have some religious beliefs that have motivations there, they're still the primary driver of protecting our daughters and granddaughters in the sports that they have so that they can participate against biological females and not have that other competition. You can take a lot of other stuff aside, personal feelings and religious beliefs, but at the root of it, that is one of the things that we're very concerned about. One of the other things I wanted to talk about, I've had family members in my direct bloodline which have been educators, and we've seen in the news and social media and all these things some of the terrible things that are going on. It's not safe for some kids. Unfortunately, there's a small percentage of children of all ages. We see that even at very young ages where violence is coming in, and the kids and the teachers need to be protected. I've seen some horrible things where the teachers cannot even protect themselves. And my own son, after going into education and doing it a very short period of time, bolted and ran, not doing it anymore. And it takes away from the rest of the kids in terms of their education. I know it's a very complicated issue in terms of how you address that, but let's make sure that our children and the teachers and staff are supported in that, and that we can stay focused on education and just make sure you're supporting the kids and the teachers in that. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. That concludes the call to audience. There were just 25 people that signed up, except for me. I signed up today at 10:50 and just testing the system. So you tell your friends and family there's still room on the agenda.
Thank you for the call to audience. We will continue now with our approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
So moved. Thank you, Ms. Barnhart. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Bradford. Ms. Graybill.
Was that motion to approve all of the minutes at one time, or is it to do individual? I would support all the consensus approval.
Me too.
Okay, so we
Okay,
have first and second for all the motions.
I'd like to pull off the minutes for January 10th then.
Okay, pull off January 10th. Is there any others we would like to pull off? Okay, so the motion now is to approve all the minutes with the exception of January 10th. We have a first and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, Ms. Craybill, let's address January 10th, excuse me.
Yes, I wanted to look on page 9 where it states that Ms. Bradford makes another motion regarding policy 3620. There is no second to the motion. I'd like to have the motion recorded in the minutes so that we can have a record of that. And I listened back, and it was a very convoluted motion, but here's what I think it said, and Ms. Bowie can just go back and listen herself about 100 times. I move to consider a proposed interim amended language suggested at the May 11th Policy Committee meeting. I move for consideration now to move forward with the second reading of the policy, 3620. I would like that to be, I would like her motion to be included in the minutes and not just Ms. Bradford made a motion.
Okay. Does anyone else remember that in that way? Ms. Bradford?
You can listen to it. I mean, it's in there.
All right, so there's a motion. Is there a second to amend the January minutes?
Hugh, you can.
Is there anyone that would like to second that?
Oh,
Without
second.
listening to it, I feel.
I'm going to second that, Mr. Wilbur.
Second that. Thank you, Ms. Walker. All right, any further discussion?
If
Yes,
you
Ms.
don't want to take my word for what was said, I would just ask that Ms. Bowie go back and listen and do her best to put in what Ms. Bradford said. I just want a record of what she was moving.
Okay, so would you like to change your motion then? Or do we want to?
No, my motion is to amend the minutes to include
Okay.
what she said.
Okay.
And I was attempting to tell you all what she said, but the, somebody else can certainly listen and try and interpret it as well.
All right. Is there any other discussion? If not, we have a motion and a second in front of us. All in favor of amending the January minutes to reflect what Ms. Craybill mentioned?
Ms. Craig, to mention Ms. Bradford's motion.
Ms. Bradford's motion to have the whole motion in there. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries 7-0.
Thank you.
So we have carried on there, so we'll get out of there. Okay, so we will carry on with our information. Very excited about this first one.
Mr. Chair.
Have a bathroom.
Yeah, can we have a
I'm
break,
sorry.
please?
Let's take a 5-minute break at this time. My watch says 6:38, so we'll be back at 6:43.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
No.
We didn't do that. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we did. I'm sorry. So is there a motion to approve to the January regular board meeting as amended? Please signify by, is there a motion?
Yeah, there,
Yeah,
oh,
I thought
yes,
we
I'll
had
make that motion.
Motion. I'll second that. All in favor of that, signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, carries 7-0. Now we will take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back on the dais at 6:43. 6:43, 5 minutes. here. Where have all my board members gone? Oh, where? I need one more. He went to, I think we do. We got 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna go see if I can get one more to come up here. All right, we'll go with the gavel so we can get somebody back here. We could have the board members return, please. Hold on. We got plenty now. We got plenty now. All right, at this point, we will continue with a very exciting topic, changing the path for our low-performing schools. Dr. Facey.
Good afternoon, well, good evening, board and guests. So I am going to talk with you just a few minutes about changing the path for our low-performing schools in our district. But I'll begin with first defining what is a low-performing school. And our state defines a low-performing school with any school with a report card grade or a D or an F and does not exceed growth. You cannot exceed growth and be low-performing. Why? Because if you exceed growth, you have grown a student, you have grown your students more than the year of the state requirement. So you've exceeded that growth. So no matter what your report card grade is, if you exceed growth, you are not considered low performing. And that's important to note because we do have some schools that are exceeding growth in that category. Next, wanted to share with you the trend of our schools and the low performing status. As you can see, we were definitely trending down prior to COVID. But of course, when COVID hit, we know the impact it had on our students. But you can see, even with that, we still did not rise to the level of the state and where they are. Sorry. Next, thought it was important for us to look at our districts and surrounding us so we'll kind of know where we stand. So here you have the districts that surround us and where we fall and the amount of the percentage of low-performing schools that we have compared to those that are around us. Who are these schools? In our district, you have the 12 schools that are listed for the state on the board, on the screen. But you actually have some asterisks besides some of those schools because they have special programs or magnet programs. So these students in these programs actually get some extra things, like we have extra dance and extra opportunities at Snipes for these students. We have the Spanish program, so you see that some of our low-performing schools have extra opportunities for experience and exposure. So a lot of times when people think about low-performing schools, they think about money. And the first thing I will tell you as a former principal of several low-performing schools, two at the time, the lowest in the state, and to get those out of there, you're not going to buy your way out of low-performing. It's not about money. It's not about that type of capital. It's about human capital, and we'll talk about that next. But what you have here is the federal dollars that we receive for our low-performing schools. This is on top of any state or local money. This is federal money. And I'm going to direct your attention to the column that says CSI, which is Comprehensive Support and Improvement Schools. So those two schools in our district receive additional funding due to their status in the state. They receive additional funding for the next 3 years. And this is the amount that they will receive. We also had Mosley in that category, but because of their graduation rate, they actually exited that category. So the state puts you in the category for a couple of reasons. But one, you can do graduation rate and where you are with your graduation rate, and that's why Mosley was originally in it, and they exited, or it's because you fall in the bottom 5% of the state. So that is how you get in that category. Now, there's a lot of challenges with our low-performing schools, but the biggest challenge we face is recruiting and retaining high-quality staff. That is the biggest issue that we have. So here on the screen, what you have is the amount, the percentage of BTs in the schools. And I've highlighted the 2 CSI schools, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. But think about the percentages you're seeing. And then think about some of our high-performing schools where there is one with 0%, 0. And then another with 2. And then some with 10, 7. So we've got to figure out how to attract and retain quality, highly effective staff in these schools. I think this data speaks volume for what is the major issue. When people ask the question, this is the major issue. We cannot have a revolving door. Because you think about the training and the professionalism you do. If the door is revolving, you have to keep doing it and it doesn't stay and it doesn't build. So, what are we doing? There's a number of things we're doing, but these are the things that I want to highlight for you, the big things. And some of these we're doing across the board, but in particular, our low-performing schools, we're really focusing on this. First, recruiting and retaining highly effective staff. I'm going to show you just a moment a plan that we have to do this with those 2 CSI schools with the funding that they have. We've got to figure out how to get highly effective, seasoned, experienced teachers in there to support those students and also support the BTs that are in there. District support. Based on individual school needs. We're not saying now this is what's best for everybody. We're looking at the schools themselves and asking, what do you need? That is the biggest message that we're carrying with these schools, and we want everybody to hear, ask what is needed. Let the school tell us what they need, and let the data speak about what they need. Also, the tier support for the teachers and the leadership in those schools. A number of these schools have new principals. I'm glad to say most of them are our own. We've grown them. Okay, so we have to support them different than we would support a seasoned principal. And we know that. So we're working to do tier support. Our curriculum specialists that we have spend a number of their days in these schools modeling instruction. Dr. Faust and I and Mr. Worthington were actually visiting a school yesterday. And we walked into a room where our math curriculum specialist was in there with another teacher. And I really questioned, well, wow, this teacher is really, it was really a great lesson. And, you know, I'm surprised she's in spending time with her. She's so strong. And but what I saw was they explained the math specialist had just taught the lesson for the first period. This new teacher was now reteaching that same lesson she had just saw. So that's what we have to do. We have to tailor that support and do what is best for schools. I wish we could do that even more often, but of course we are limited with our personnel. But those are some of the things we're doing. Also, quality curriculum support. You guys have heard me talk about our reading resources. Our teachers spoke volumes. You have to help us there. And this is across the board. This is just not for our low-performing schools. This is for our district. So we are working on our RFP, and our teachers are actually working with our curriculum team and the principals to select a curriculum resource that will allow the teachers the resources to teach with the science of reading in mind. Because they're learning the science of reading, they know its best practices. Now it is our responsibility to give them the resources to implement those best practices. Next, data literacy. We've got to help our principals and our teachers understand exactly what is the measurement that the state is doing. How do we get here? We're meeting with those principals, going out to the building and actually having a sit down with them and their instructional leaders about these data conversations, helping them to see exactly what the state is measuring, How do we use these item analysis and these standards and the breakdowns from our benchmark to move instruction? And they have been some very powerful meetings. Doing that again, of course, for all of our schools, but we're doing it more intensely and more often with our low-performing schools. And lastly, we're fortunate in New Hanover. We have a community that they ask, what do you need? How can I help? And they're there. You know, everybody doesn't have that. We have that. So one of the things, though, that we'll be working with our community and our support is to try to tailor that support based on the needs of the schools. Let's ask the schools, what do you need? And then try to see how we can fit that in and ask our community for that. Now, I'm going to take you back to the bowl. And I told you to keep in mind the column on the right for CSI. We will be doing a plan that will incentivize our teachers and everyone to come to those buildings. This plan is for all staff. I want to say that because it's important to note that though the classroom teacher carries that weight and we all look at that classroom teacher, it is everybody in the building that makes the school successful. Down from the bus driver to the cafeteria worker to the classroom teacher to the custodian and the assistant principal. You will not see the principal up here because the state actually does an incentive for our principals. They've got that covered. So we're trying to pick up the slack in these two schools for others. First, we would love to do this for all of our low-performing schools. I just want to say that. But of course, right now, we have funding from our state to do it for the 2 CSI schools. So, first part of it is just for being in that school, our staff can make from $250 to $5,000. And that is because we're going to be asking more. These teachers are going to be tutoring more. They're going to have longer days. They're going to have some PD days. So we know we're asking more, and the challenges are greater. So we're going to compensate them for that. And you also see that the entire school where we can receive incentive will when the school meets or exceeds growth. Remember what I said about exceed. If you exceed growth, you cannot be low performing. You can't grow kids more than what the state expected and then be low performing. So if our teachers exceed growth, they can actually get up to $4,000. And everybody in the building will get some of that reward if the school exceeds growth. And of course, we have the incentive for our assistant principal, because again, the state takes care of the principal. So I know that was just a quick overview of what we have planned and where we are for our low-performing schools, but at this time, I'll take any questions. Okay. Yes, good point. So the grant is for 3 years. So the incentive is for the 3 years of the grant. I will say to you, because the first question people always say, well, all the teachers will leave after the 3 years. You're talking to someone who led some of those schools. They do not leave because you built this culture of collective efficacy. And then you think about it, you're not going to leave and go somewhere with the cost is higher, it would just go back to what the other schools are. So the data does not say that it's a mass exodus. So I just want to make sure I share that.
The grant was coming from CSI?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
We get accused of so much, like a loss of teacher turnover, et cetera, and we never defend ourselves. How many times have I said that? Article today's paper, if I recall, a major national issue. People do not want to go into teaching anymore. Now, we can argue the rationale for that.
Exactly.
But everyone basically has a major issue. Getting teachers and keeping teachers. And I certainly, the more you give them, great, they deserve it. And I said once before about getting out of the box, I think we need The one thing I think that we're missing is address why they're tired. They're tired. They're worn out. Maybe. I'll leave that up here in the maybe cloud. Lower some of the expectations of additional time required of teachers. Sit in front for new programs, and I understand new programs come with new books. Or new technology programs, excuse me. Books are outdated about 2 weeks after we get them. That's why we get a technology. It changes every day, and it's the most current. But I feel like we've got to start listening. And I also visit schools. I don't really ask questions, but I do listen. And I don't apologize, being as young as I am. I have students working in a lot of the schools, and they still address me, and they still share with me. Our teachers need some type, it takes something away from them for a while, so that they need to leave at 3:30 to do something that's for their family or for themselves or personal. They can do it. I'm afraid that we're on overkill, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, and I will tell you that one of the things too that is a good practice, and we'll definitely work with our principals, all of our principals on, is to look at those things that you can take away. If I'm being honest, a lot of the things that our state does, I mean, when you become a low-performing school, you have to do extra. Instead of taking away, they put on. So it makes it difficult because it is state requirements, but that is definitely, I totally agree with you there. One of the things too is about respect. And we are working hard to have the voices of our teachers. I mean, we're just not bringing a curriculum or anything to you without them. They are the ones, they are the experts in our district, and we're listening. So I think those are some of the things that will help us, because if you talk to or look at any research with teachers, they leave because of things maybe because of the leaders, some of the things that are in place, but a lot of it is, we're fortunate, if I'm being honest, our HR and the number of teachers we don't have the struggles across the state and across the nation. I mean, I know people think we might, but we just don't. The numbers just do not pan out. And I think that is because we do listen. I mean, of course, we can't, just because we listen doesn't mean everyone's going to have their way, but we are listening. And I think you're so right. And that's why I think this program is there, because there are some things we have to do to close this gap and bring these schools up, and we know it's going to be a harder feat. So you compensate people when you ask them to do more work. You don't just ask them to do it, you compensate them if you can, and that's what this program is going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Dr. Faison for putting this together. I know it was an agenda item I asked for, and I spoke with Pete about this and the superintendent, and I think this is a really great starting point for the further discussion. And I mean, I have suggested, and I'm excited to lead a small task force, and along with our superintendent, staff, and other members of our community, to be determined, obviously, with the blessing of, obviously, the chair, because we have spoken, you mentioned that earlier, to take a look at the data and drill down on actions that we can take to grow and support our schools, staff, and students, especially for the schools that needed the assistance the most. The aim for this task force is to not only identify the strengths and challenges, but also identify solutions and opportunities from our community and community partners, and leverage the task force collective knowledge and skills in support of our students, our academic goals, and our strategic plan. So the intention, and hopefully, it's going to be an ongoing thing, and we would like to report back monthly, if that's okay, and to see how it's going. And I'm excited. I know we had a really good conversation earlier about it. And like I said, we've got some good things to start with and some good data. And how can I say it again? I'm really excited.
And I just want to add on that, Ms. Walker, I really appreciate that, because I will tell you that one of the things that I found in leading the schools that I've done out of low performing is the community and having that structure and having someone and a plan in place like that. I think that's a fabulous idea. It sounds very exciting.
I have a couple questions I want to ask. One is, and I know I was over at Freeman the other day and was sitting down with the principal over there, and I think that's outstanding. But wouldn't you agree that having that leader, I mean, he's a very seasoned leader that's been through it. I think that's an outstanding asset for us.
Oh, definitely.
I think we need to look at that in all, especially the low performing schools, to get those outstanding leaders.
Yeah. And I will tell you, you're right. It starts with the leader. Everything starts at the top. We just have to be honest with that. So we are definitely working with our principals on that. It is not as easy to find leaders we have challenges with our teachers and finding them. Like I said, we don't have as greater challenge here in our district, but it's not hard it's not easy to find seasoned leaders and then seasoned leaders who can do this work, because it's a different type of leadership. But you're definitely right, and that's why we are working with our leaders and really helping them with leading this charge, because it's different when you're running a school that is in this status. But I totally agree.
Follow up on another slide 9 you had there. What about a teacher that comes in and maybe, like you're saying, maybe from different socioeconomic types of schools and doesn't do well? Now, they would not get, obviously, they wouldn't get the additional money, but what happens with them?
Right, very good point. So, and this would be getting into, we would actually have, I don't know if it's a contract or whatever you would call it, but you can't compensate people if they're not meeting the mark in this level. So you just can't. So there will be things in place for that. Dr. Barnes is working with the principals on that, and our Title I director and myself on exactly what that looks like. But we do have safety nets, I'll say, in place for that, sir.
I want to congratulate you. Thank you. I would like to echo what Mr. McManus said. I am hearing teachers say that they are exhausted. I think the word harried, just their plate is overfull. So I just wanted to echo that, please.
Anything else?
I'm excited about this, that there's a plan in place, and obviously the money and the funding is great for those two schools coming from that grant. And so we'll have to have a side conversation prior to going into legislation, because that's one of our things we need to ask. So that's on my topic on the 15th for legislative to talk about some of the innovative ways that we can support our higher priority schools. But one thing, and Dr. Faust kind of opened the meeting saying that we're seeing a reduction in funds because we have decrease in students. And so we need to be creative in how we provide the solutions for all of our schools, specifically on this list. So for me, I was thinking about, you were talking about, you walked in on a modeling session and the teacher was teaching it. And so have we, and if we haven't, I'd like to put for those gears to be into play so that we can record those model teachers so they can be replicated at any one of these campuses, so they have access to the high quality instruction and support that we can provide them. And if we're able to do that, I think that will help just kind of breathe for some of those teachers who feel really overwhelmed. And I think that we can do it effectively with this group that are already being incentivized. And so I'd like to put that on the radar for us to do.
We actually talked about that yesterday. And we would love to actually have, I don't know if you want to call it a playbook or somewhere where teachers could go to see some of those high impact standards models. So we're on the same page. Great suggestion.
Yeah, two questions for you. One, did I miss a memo about the task force? When she just said that, I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we going to hear more about it, or
Sure, we can talk about it, and like I said, we're going to update on it. But yeah, I had some really good conversations, and the reason I brought forth this agenda item is because I feel like there's more that we can do, and like I said, I feel like it's a process. We're starting here and we're moving forward, and we've got some good suggestions already. So I'm excited about that, and I'm excited to talk to each one of you guys about your ideas and your thoughts.
And so who's on the task force?
It's to be determined. It's at least the three of us.
We haven't done anything, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I didn't miss anything. I'm
No.
trying to keep up. The second question was, for those two schools, and are we, with the vacancies, are we looking to put in, have teachers transferred from other schools, or are we looking outside, trying to find teachers that are experienced in this?
Both. We want highly effective teachers in New Hanover County, any other county, if you hear me. We want to have a pool of applications for those schools. So we're actually both, and Dr. Barnes has actually been working that the transfer window, I think, will be extended, or it's not closed. It'll definitely be able to, will you speak to that, sir?
We wanted the board to be aware of it first, and once we do, we will reopen the transfer window for a period of time for folks who are interested in this opportunity.
And is this for next year?
Yes.
Okay.
We've got this for next year. Thank you guys so much.
Jason.
Good evening. In this agenda item, it was defined more to talk about our process for addressing bullying, harassment, discrimination, and the investigation process. So I wanted to highlight a few of those pieces, and then if there are specific questions, I'm happy to answer. So the first part is that our administrators, of course, have policy. They understand policy 4329, bullying and harassment, bullying, harassing behavior, and that is prohibited. We have taken this and created an investigation guidance document that is loaded for you in Assembly, so that it really lays out what the terms are, the definitions, and then the processes. I'm not sure if that's going to come up, or do I need to do that?
Mr. Chair, I don't think there's an attachment there.
Dr. Barnum, we don't have it.
Okay. So the agenda was created prior to this being on, so that was what I shared with Crystal, so I don't know if you can maybe forward that. Okay, thank you. So I thought that was linked, so I'm going to talk you through it, and then we'll figure that out. So for bullying, really identifying that it is not just a negative peer interaction, it's truly deliberate conduct, intended to harm, it's repeated unwanted aggressive behaviors, and there's a real or perceived imbalance of power. Those pieces are really crucial to substantiating bullying specifically as something very different than negative peer interactions. Cyberbullying, of course, is following the same bullying process in definition, but it may exist in the absence of power imbalance, typical of other forms of bullying, just simply through the nature of it being digital means. Of course, we understand harassing behavior. It's intimidating, hostile, abusive, unwelcome, even potentially of a sexual nature. And then the protected categories are really important for us to remember. It's someone who has or is perceived to have differentiating personal characteristics. These may include, but of course they're not limited to, race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, gender, socioeconomic status, academic status, gender identity, physical appearance, sexual orientation, or disability. And some would then term the last one, or differing abilities. So the process really moves through three main points. And the main points I just want to bring to your attention are, first, screening the situation. Second, investigation, and then the resolution and documentation. The main parts of the screening are, number one, to stop the behavior that's occurring. Immediately stop that. Create that Ethics 360 report. One of the reasons that we adopted Ethics 360, not only to be able to capture concerns from members of our public or our students or anybody else, whether they want to be identified or not, it gives a way to communicate concerns from an anonymous perspective, and then a way to have that communication and feedback. But it also gives us a universal standardized place to record and log all bullying incidents. And so the first step is ensuring that all that information is entered into Ethics 360. Then we use that as our authoritative source for the amount of or for the rate or types of bullying incidents that occur. In that next step, if there is evidence of criminal conduct, making sure that school resource officers are informed of any of that information. And making sure that just because that may have been communicated to law enforcement, that doesn't mean that the principal or designee stops the investigation on the school front. Because we still have a responsibility to conduct our investigation. We just make sure that we stop that in the interim so as not to interfere with criminal investigation, but while putting a support plan in place at the same time. We don't say, oops, there's nothing we can do. No, a support plan is put in place at that time, and then the investigation continues as soon as we're able, or as soon as law enforcement is completed. And then the next is identifying the 3-step criteria regarding whether bullying and harassment discrimination did occur. And that is rechecking the details of policy. Did harm or threat of harm occur? Was the action unwelcome? And then also digging further, who initiated, there we go, thank you. Who initiated, was this peer conflict? And then the third criteria, really identifying, is this action severe? Is it a single time, or is it serious violence, such as a sexual assault, or persistent multiple times, or is it pervasive that it's spreading? So really identifying all of the details around this. So that's in, again, the screening and kind of gathering of the facts. The next piece, which goes into, right there, thank you, the bullying protocol, the investigation piece. Number one in that is making sure parents are knowledgeable and they've been notified. Ensuring that, and that's for all students involved. Ensuring that we're documenting the facts. Some of that means we're still collecting those facts and trying to decipher what are facts and what are perceptions, really trying to make sure that we are triangulating around all those details. And doing that, gathering with a sense of urgency. Because there are timeframes that we have identified to ensure that we have our administrators and support staff or designee really moving this along to ensure that we come to a safe resolution quickly. So we have, for example, that notification is no later than. So we prefer same day, but no later than 2 business days after initial report. So that screening has to move quickly. And then moving through that intake and analysis, of course. That third piece then is all about the resolution and documentation. So fully documenting may mean that we circle back to gather more information. It may mean interviewing again. Of course, not wanting to, if a certain situation was traumatizing to a student, working to eliminate or to mitigate re-traumatizing by talking about things multiple times, but ensuring that we have an accurate picture. Making sure that as soon as a resolution is completed, that official notice is provided to parents, all parents that are involved. And then within a certain time frame, after there's been resolution and documentation, still following up on the well-being of our students. Follow up with our students who have experienced bullying, harassment, intimidation, discrimination, following up on their well-being and their perception of well-being. It also means that if the behavior is substantiated, if bullying is substantiated, following through with our 4300 series policies on any necessary disciplinary actions. So making sure that that part is completed as well. And specifically, policy 4329 is what really addresses the response to bullying, harassment, or intimidating discrimination behavior. So I don't know if, it wasn't really speaking of anti-bullying practices, but I was answering the question that I thought was asked in the agenda review. So are there any questions?
Any questions? Mr. McManus. Dr. McManus.
That's fine. I don't want to upset some people when I say this, but there has to be discipline. Someone said tonight that's not behavior in education. It is. we have to have some consequences for behaviors. And I'll go back now and associate that with the teachers a little bit. That's part of their working conditions. No matter how hard we try, no matter how and what we put forth financially or staffing, kids are going to misbehave. And hopefully, and I think we do, we have a tremendous amount of staff available, particularly in the low-performing schools. We have it. What I'm concerned about is there something that's in writing about the expectations? For instance, I was taken aback today, and I'm not picking on you, Dr. Barr. You just happen to be the speaker. And I guess I'll direct this toward the soup a little bit. So I opened my emails, and there's the longest email I think I've ever received from a parent. And without naming the school, it was a middle school that had a major issue, which to me is the worst bullying I've ever heard of. And what took place with a child that would lead the sheriff's department to accuse a child when someone had stolen their identity and posted stuff. I would like to think that that was something that the board wouldn't have to read from the parent of the child, assuming that was correct. I'm taken aback that wasn't shared with us. I don't know if you've read your emails, but just in the time discussed about anything, but I think we're going to have some behavior consequences for kids who do these things. Because what you do is you set a precedent, intended or not. And I just feel like we've got to have a healthy balance. I'm not sure it's healthy. And I think I'm speaking for a lot of administrators and teachers in our educational arena right now.
In our policies, there are definitely a graduated response system, and there are disciplinary consequences that include removal of students from the school environment. We have to frame our policies related to student behavior in an instructive and supportive way. If removal is going to help instruct that behavior is less likely to reoccur, absolutely. And if it's to the degree that it requires removal, absolutely. But we have that graduated response system in our policies to ensure that our students have had an opportunity to be taught appropriate behavior. That's the positive behavior piece of it. It doesn't mean anybody that defines positive behavior supports as only reinforcing appropriate behavior hasn't studied it. It is about increasing the likelihood of appropriate behavior while decreasing the likelihood of negative behavior and inappropriate behavior through consequences.
Who's the final decision maker in those situations?
In a situation of an investigation at a school level, and that would be the principal. So unless that's then appealed, or if there's a review that's brought upon it, but the principal determines school level discipline. Up until, and that includes all short-term, how they handle the investigation, their following of policy. But again, the parameters such as this guidance document then refer them back to that policy, and our student code of conduct now, for the past 2 years, has that range of consequences attached to certain behavior infractions. But then you also have to look at that graduated response system, how are you increasing the severity of consequences as the behavior increases? Applying out-of-school suspension for a kid with tardies doesn't really make sense. So that's not lined up. Making sure that it's lined up appropriately in order to decrease the likelihood of negative behavior.
So do the schools individually design their own discipline, or is it consistent amongst the different levels?
There's a student handbook. Go ahead.
So every year, the board approves the student handbook. And at the last page, it's on page 12, that's where all of the disciplinary actions, range of student consequences can be found. And so when a principal is assigning a consequence, he or she may look here and decide if it's a level 1, level 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. And then that's how they equate whatever the discipline measure is that they're going to use.
And I'm going to jump in. Does anybody else have any questions for Ms. Varnum?
I guess my
And,
question
and
was-
every year, so again, our schools created the school plan for the management of student behavior. That's how they are going to be addressing and managing their daily, weekly, monthly structure in their building to seek to have the behaviors that they're expecting, the desired behaviors. So they follow those plans and then build their school plan from that.
Ms. Bradford?
Just in a way, following up on Mr. McManus, I think it was 2 weeks ago, there was an email that we all should have received from a parent and just outlining what's happening to his child. So if parents are resorting to emailing us for resolution, is something broken? Or are they just uninformed? Or is it the principal at that school is not doing what they're supposed to be doing? Where's the disconnect?
So I'll answer on behalf. So that on any occasion, any parent can reach out to a board member and give their information, and that's, of course, that's encouraged to do. We would love for them to reach out to the principal first, and if they're not getting the information satisfaction from the principal, then level it up to the next level. However, when you're getting specific emails like we're getting them at the same time, so we may not know, because unless it's at a level where it may be, I don't know, if it's a huge outbreak or something, that's when we would know. But some of the things that are happening, we definitely don't know at the central office until it happens.
And I am correct that, the normal progression would be obviously trying to, if it's a teacher level thing, you start there, then the assistant principal or principal, then the central office, and then, maybe us.
Right.
Ms. Crable, do you have a question?
I was just going to jump in on that just to clarify, is that when we get that, we should direct them straight back to the principal. I'm just asking you for your opinion, or your thoughts, your wishes. We direct them back to the principal, and if they don't get resolution there, then should we direct them to their student support, like to Penny or Jared or Lauren? Should we direct them there?
So typically, if I'm included on the email, then I'm directing it to the individual. It may be their executive director, and then there is follow-up. That means oftentimes the executive director will, in collaboration with the principal, because what we don't want to do is circumvent the power, not the power, but circumvent the principal. And so then there's an investigation. So the executive director is working alongside with the principal, and sometimes they'll call the parent, or they'll have the principal call the parent and get more information on that. And sometimes it's a sit-down conversation with the parent.
Just for the record, I've never gotten involved in any of that as a board member or even personally, but I do, the fact that they email us stuff that we're not aware of bothers me, but more importantly, the fact I always refer them back to the administration. Or if it's something I think, I don't know, it's big, I fast forward to Dr. Faust. But so that's not my issue. My issue is, and I'm not having an issue with the principal's decision. I guess, to be quite honest, are principals, do they feel somewhat tied in what they can do with students who continue to disrupt classes in the school? I don't look for an answer. That's just a statement at this point.
Ms. Barnhart.
Well, and I was going to say, Mr. McManus, if there's a policy that we want to look at about student discipline or student behavior, you and I can chat and we can add it to policy if we wanted to look at, to give more guidance so that there's more consistency. If that's what I'm getting, you're trying to say. And that's where we can help rein in as a board, is if we want to give more direct guidance through our policies, then there's less gray area for the administrators.
Anyone else?
Just for
Yes,
clarification.
sir.
And I'll say this, there's always going to be gray area when it comes to discipline. When you give a range, one principal may go hard and heavy, another one may give not so much, another one is going to work through it. So when you give, and it will say up to, so when you say up to, and that, because there may be different instances or things that, circumstances that we may not know of. And it's hard. So that's why I think it is somewhat vague. But it gives the principal the longitude and the latitude to examine what he or she sees fit for their student, for their campus. And of course, there are times where it does escalate up, and individuals have to get involved to say, okay, well, this was not a level 1, this was a level 4, this was a level 3, and this is what, and then actually asking questions of, tell me why you coded this as a level 1 if this were the problems or the issues that have taken place. So there are sometimes where you walk through those incidents and conversations with the leader.
Ms. Walker.
I would also say, having this discussion, I appreciate the fact that we do get emailed a lot of things that could potentially come to us later on. And, sometimes, I think we don't see a lot of what happens in the school level. And the principal is the one that is supposed to be, I guess, the person that makes the decisions on the school level. So we're going to probably get a lot of emails, and we do, about various things. And so I think once in a while they're going to break through, and I think that probably puts a little bit of nervousness on us that, maybe we need to be doing something, and perhaps, sending it to the appropriate person is the best thing to do.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham. Next, we'll have.
Can I just ask
oh,
one
I'm
more
sorry,
question?
Ms. Craybill.
So these bullying policies, they're not about sexual harassment, right? They're for non-Title IX.
No, they could potentially be including sexual harassment. And
Okay.
so in the specific steps, right at the beginning in screening, ensure that, of course, we've managed the screening part. And then number 2, right under the screening is any sexual harassment complaints, we notify the Title IX coordinator immediately. So that then that process, that team really takes over case management of that investigation process.
Gotcha.
That's in the beginning. Thank you for asking that.
Oh.
And I want to clarify one thing on the range of consequences for our discipline policies. About 2 years ago, administrators in principals meetings spent about 6 months creating the range of consequences. So it wasn't created by an outside team or committee. It was actually created with the team of principals. So
Okay.
Just let you know that.
Yes, sir.
No, I was just going to add that your board policy on bullying and harassing behavior is very specific in terms of what it does and doesn't cover. It includes cross-references to other policies that might cover other types of behaviors, such as harassment based on race, and it points to the Title IX sexual harassment grievance process as well. So it does point to the different policies and processes that cover different types of potential discipline.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Next, we have anti-choking device discussion, and again, that will be Ms. Farnham.
Okay, so I had an update even this afternoon from our partners at Health and Human Services for New Hanover County, and also they were communicating the information from Novant. So I'll start at the beginning. In accordance with policy, I like to talk about policy. In accordance with policy 6120, our student health services are determined by our governing state agency's direction, and that, of course, is New Hanover County Health and Human Services for us. And we have to follow their direction in the development of our procedures, such as the provision of emergency care. And we have a local manual created on how to respond to emergency situations. So when the question came up about anti-choking devices, or when there was a possible solution for that, of course, my first step is to reach out to that state agency that governs our responses per policy. And over a matter of 2-3 months, engaging in conversation with them, and as of last week, my update for you in the agenda review was that Novant was interested in purchasing D-Choker, the choking airway clearing device. As of today, the response is that Novant did not pursue the purchase of D-choking devices, and that the health department has also, our Health and Human Services, has also not pursued the acquisition of any D-choking devices. Their information to me did say, we've been in talks with Novant regarding tourniquets or stop the bleed kits, which we think are a more necessary item to be purchased for our schools. So to clarify, we follow, under the direction of New Hanover County DHHS, the emergency guidelines for schools, and that comes from the work in U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and our Emergency Medical Services for Children's program. So my recommendation is to maintain that procedural direction per Policy 6120 and utilize the direction of our health department.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? So basically, in a nutshell, that we heard last week that Novant was interested in purchasing a similar device for us. They no longer want to do that, so we may want to put it back on the back to square one for next month and discuss it again. Thank you for that update. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Craybill.
Yeah, so also to summarize, I think what I'm hearing her say is that we are being advised by the health department not to pursue using this equipment because it's not in the best interest of our money at this point in time. Then we should be pursuing other more pertinent medical things. That's what I think the summary is, not just that we're not interested in anti-choking devices, because it was coming from a different recommendation.
Well, it was brought up this month to be discussed, so we'll see if it's brought up again when added to the agenda for next month. Thank you so much. We're going to continue on with Capital Request Committee meeting update, and I believe that's Ms. Sutton. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Give you a quick update if you were not able to listen or attend the Capital Outlay Committee meeting. You have a binder that is labeled budget for budget development for this current year, coming up here. You've got several tabs in that binder. If you look behind the Capital Outlay Budget tab, you'll see a summary of the capital outlay information that we shared with the committee. And as we meet and we're having our work sessions, I'll provide additional information that you'll be more than welcome to include in your binder there behind the appropriate tab as we go through. So on the summary information you have there, you'll see a chart. At the top, you'll see the total requests that were submitted through our capital outlay process. So the types of items that were submitted were repairs and renovations, technology, furniture, and equipment. You'll see on that first chart. The total requests submitted were $64.4 million. And you'll see that it's broken down by year. So your first column is the recommendation for the upcoming budget year, and then the 2024-25 fiscal year, and then future years. In the middle of the page, you'll see the funding sources that have been identified for the upcoming year. We were able to identify revenue sources through two different types of lottery funding, as well as hoping the county will be able to give us the same county appropriation that we received this fiscal year. And so that's how we came to the $6.6 million of funding that was identified. You'll notice on the sheet we do not have vehicles included, and we usually have vehicles included, but the reason they're not shown this year is because the past 2 years, vehicles that we've tried to purchase, we're still waiting on delivery. So we've decided to take the funding that was given to vehicles in the past, about $300,000, and actually put that towards going further down on the list for repairs and renovations. Behind the summary sheet, you'll see the next 7 pages just shows the details for the repairs and renovations associated with the priority 1 imperative items that were identified. Page 1 shows, midway shows the projects that I have identified for the upcoming year related to repairs and renovations. And then if you wanted to flip to page 8, you'll see the details related to the technology request, and page 9, the details for the furniture and equipment request. So that's a brief summary of the information that was covered in the committee meeting.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Sutton? Mr. McManus.
And all the schools got there.
They all got their furniture, that's
Their
correct.
furniture.
Kevin Lee made sure he shared that several times, I believe.
Ms. Walker?
Chair, I think the one, one thing too that we kind of had a takeaway from is that blue line that we're at. And I think the discussion that we were having at the time was the Brogdon Hall repair. And I think, I don't know if you can speak to that or not, or Mr. Anderson can, and we kind of were a little bit shocked that, I mean, not that it's below the line, but that, we can't get the funding for that, and maybe we need to have some conversations. I don't know if maybe you want to just briefly say what's going on at New Hanover, Mr. Anderson, for the members that weren't there.
So we were experiencing some roof leaks, and upon investigating them, found that the roof leaders are failing. The roof leaders are internal to the building. They're not exterior like you see at your house. After studying this for a little while, we quickly determined that the best thing to do would be abandon those interior roof leaders and reroute the drainage to the exterior of the building. The two immediate areas of concern, we went ahead and fixed that. But this would complete the remainder of the roof area for Brogdon Hall.
I think you were telling us, unless that's changed, that there was substantial leakage. Did that get repaired? Or?
Well, the two areas that we fixed were pretty substantial.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that since we met, is that after, that we met, we stopped?
No, we had fixed the areas that we had leaks. But this would, prevent any future leaks. I mean, we know that the interior leaders are failing, and it's going to continue until we reroute them.
I just wanted to highlight that because I think when we heard it the first time, we were a little bit worried about it, and hopefully we can have some conversations. Don't know if it'll help, but I know it's below the blue line. But anyway.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question of Crystal. Should we leave these on our desk so that we can get more information put in the tabs, or do we have to bring those back with us each month?
I'll be glad to take those back if you'd like me to do that, and then bring them back when we have.
Okay, I just want to, I don't mind, giving it back so we can get information and save, okay?
I'll be glad to do that.
Okay. Anybody else for Ms. Sutton? Not? Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Appreciate that. We next will be on to consensus items. There are A through L. I would entertain a motion to approve all the consensus items. Ms. Walker makes a motion to approve the consensus items. Is there a second? Ms. Crable has a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of approving the consensus items signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. We continue with policy consensus. We have two policies on there, I believe. I am correct, 3420 and 4400. I would entertain a motion again to pass the policy consensus as provided.
Make a motion.
Ms. Craybill makes a motion. Ms. Barnhart seconds. Did I hear that? Yes. Is there any discussion? If not, I would, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Again, passes 7-0. We move on to old business, just flying right along, which is great. The third grade literacy, Dr. Faison, you're up, please.
So you have the presentation. I don't know if it's loaded. Yes, it is loaded up. So basically, if you can go to the previous presentation and just the data slide. Do you have that loaded up? So the last time, last month, yes, if you can just go to, yes, I think that's it. Go down. It should be a slide, just the.
Slide number 6.
Thank you, sir. So the last time we highlighted how we would get to the 10% per Mrs. Bradford's request, and we talked about some of the things that we're doing. Of course, I just highlighted for you that we are excited about the opportunity to have a new curriculum resource for our teachers that actually aligns with the science of reading, so that's going to be huge for us. So this is how we see getting there. And then you also have, and you don't have to go to that, Mrs. Baggy, but you also have how this aligns to our strategic plan. So I will just take any questions you may have.
Mrs. Craybill.
Yeah, so in looking at the strategic plan, strategy 1.2, it looks like we are already addressing this. And I guess two things. One, I guess I'm a little concerned that we're hyper-focusing on growth instead of proficiency, which we already looked at, in a previous discussion, that proficiency seems to be also something that we need to be taking a look at. And that we might be having to alter our strategic plan to do this at a point where we've already recognized, piling on more teachers. So I didn't know the numbers you've given look doable, but I didn't know, I couldn't ascertain from this presentation on what we're going to do, and is it really necessary at this point in time? Why can't we wait and see what our numbers play out at the end of this school year? Because I'm going to be an advocate that we need to change our strategic plan, or at least look at our benchmarks before we adopt something else.
Anyone else? I would just like to add that I think, I've been at this for a long time. I've actually sat down with a superintendent recently, not our own one, but a different one. And we were talking about how important reading is. So I definitely agree with Ms. Craybill that growth is looked at as much as proficiency. But, even sitting down with one of the principals recently, he said, my school, we're going to grow. We are going to grow. We may not make that line in the sand. I think they are both important, but as a former principal, I definitely think that growth, especially for some of our low-performing schools, is really where it's at. So, both are important, but I think that that's really where, because we may not, we want everybody, of course, to make that line, but we may not get there, at least in a year. Yes, ma'am.
At this time, thank you, Dr. Faison. At this time, I would like to move that we instruct the superintendent to create this plan that's already been created and to increase our student reading proficiency by 10%, improvement in the third grade reading scores across the board by the end of the 24-25 school year.
What year did you say?
24-25.
So by the end of next year. So we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Again, the motion is to improve our reading scores, third grade reading scores, by 10% by the end of next year. And I think we have a plan in front of us that can do that. So I guess it becomes, do we want to put that in writing, or put that line in the sand, or not?
I'd like to get some discussion from somebody who knows more than I do about that, please.
Dr. Faison?
Tell me exactly the question.
To increase by 10%?
She just showed it to me.
Right, yeah, okay.
Well, I guess I'll ask that question. I guess the question is, do you think it's doable by the end of next year? Do you think it's doable to increase across the board we're talking about proficiency, correct?
Yeah. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm excited about the new curriculum. I really am. And I think with the new curriculum, we're going to be able to do some amazing things. I'm at this place where I don't want to say yes because of the simple fact I don't know I think this will be the first year. I don't know where we're going to be with our third grade reading with the data now, because these students and where they've been, I think, if I'm being honest, it doesn't scare me because I have faith in our teachers and what they will do and what we'll do with this curriculum. But that unknown that we are going through, and I just don't know what this year will bring and how that effect will be. So I know it's not the answer you want, but I am excited about the new curriculum. But then again, I know there's a year of learning the new curriculum. So we will do what you charge us to do, and we'll make whatever you charge us to do happen.
Sure.
Ms. Walker.
That's a great response. Thank you. A question. Last summer.
Mr. McManus, actually, Ms. Walker needs a chance to talk.
That's okay, I'm not hurt. No, thank you, Dr. Faison. I feel like, that is the plan. Obviously, we have to look at the numbers this year as well. I think that's what we're kind of waiting on, and that's hoping that's something we can address with the task force too. I mean, it's a good goal, but it's a goal, and sometimes, you want to shoot for as much as you can, and hope for the best, and I think that's what we're trying to do all the time. I mean, I don't know if passing a motion to state what we've already stated is going to be helpful or not. I mean, I think we intend to do that, and this discussion shows that we intend to do that. I just don't know what that means to have a motion about it. I'm unclear.
And I'm going to add in, again, back to my days as a principal. I remember one point where I, used a number that I knew we could make. And the superintendent looked at me square in the eye, and it was, one of the ones up in Pender, and she said, why, are you afraid of that goal? So I'm going to go ahead and second Ms. Bradford's motion, which we should have done before we had this discussion. But I think it is, I think we do need, there's nothing, if we don't make it, it's what, we tried, but at least we've had that, at least we have that focus, we have that here's what we've got to do. And if we do, that's outstanding. And at the end of the day, we want to do everything we can for our students. And third grade reading is so important. So we have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion about it?
I do. Looking at strategic plan, I see this being added as one of the goals in it or redefining it. But then we have the status, right? The red, yellow, and green. So as far as looking at the implication, what if we don't meet it? That's what it comes down to. It's like either we're going to make it or not. But we have this, stoplight pattern we're evaluating to meet that goal and what we do to change it. And so when I look at the action steps of what we're targeting, I don't think it's unrealistic to have that as a written out benchmark in here. But I guess my question would be, when we come to the end of a school year and a goal is at a red status or yellow or green, how do we operate to change that pathway? Like, does it come down to our teachers? Like, what does it look like? And I think that's what Mr. McManus was kind of wondering of, like, if we don't get there, is it going to be like, oh, teachers, now it's on me,
It's never a blame game. So, I'm sorry.
So what would typically happen is it would go to yellow. Okay. And so it was a caution, and so then we would have to go back and look and see, okay, well, what PD was needed, what professional development was needed that caused that. So if you go back and if we look at the enrollment, so for 21, 22, so it says number of tested, that means how many students? That was 1,886. So in the other, its enrollments, 1,828 kids. So then the question is like, okay, so does this number change if the enrollment decreases? So what is the 5%? So you're looking at a different group of students. So you're not doing apples to apples, you're doing apples to oranges, because these are now your fourth grade kids. So we're not actually even counting. We don't know what our second grade kids can do. So I'm not afraid of a challenge. I don't think any of you, I think you all know that. What happens is Charles will push and you'll get emails. But if you're setting it up, and it's not that we're pushing individuals down, we have to make sure that all cylinders are rolling. And then that requires accountability. So there are things that you have to look at, and, again, we'll do the will of the board. And Dr. Faison and I both have done this turnaround where we go back and forth and we talk about it and how we get there and how you do it. But on some of these occasions, I mean, that does burn out. Burnout does happen, and you have to be careful. And so there's a balancing act of you push and you celebrate. You push and you celebrate. You can't just push without celebrating and helping people understand. And I'm sure when your superintendent was talking to you, it was like, well, are you scared? Meaning you're almost there. So it wasn't a conversation of you've got to do this right here. It's like, okay, you're already there. What are you afraid of? So it's about the conversation. But we would have to definitely share with our, and of course this would be for next year. We're prepping this year, but it would be for next year and helping everyone understand what we would need in order to get there and what that professional development would look like and what our literacy, Maureen Hill's team would look like and what the training, and I'm sure there would be specific training just for third grade so that they can see it. Because we have this thing called projections and we work with kids, and so we would be looking at, okay, what does 60% look like at this school? What does it look like at this school? Or what is 80%? Because some schools are going to get 90%, some are going to get 40%. And so it'll be all over the place, but then when it all washes out, the goal would be to get to the 60%. But it has to be an agreed upon, when I say agreed upon, that everyone understands that it's not a bashing, because you don't bash people for not meeting a goal. You ask, so tell me what happens, and that's what some of the things we were doing yesterday with that one classroom we were in. It's like, so tell me, how is this one so high energy? Then they share, well, this person wasn't here teaching, so they're mimicking what they saw, and so it's like, okay, so then that's how we came to us, like, well, we need her in more classes. So.
Ms. Walker, then Ms. Graybill, and we'll finish up the vote.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say these are good conversations because, I mean, that's one of the things. We don't want to play a blame game, and I think what we can do and discuss with the task force as well is figure out ways that we can support staff, because I know they need it, and I feel like that's part of the discussion, looking at scores, seeing how people performed, but also how we can kind of wrap around for them and help them, whether it's whatever the ideas we come up with that will help us attain this goal. And I would say the second point is, was the motion about third grade, 10% growth, or overall, or just third grade? Did you say third grade? Okay. So that's okay. Challenge accepted.
Ms. Graybill and Ms. McManus, then we'll take the vote.
So I'm feeling like, looking at the slide that she shows us about increasing proficiency by 10%, the equal distribution, and the realistically, I just feel like our time and our energy would be better spent if we're looking at individual schools than a broad stroke across the district, just to check off a box, a campaign box or a box, and we all know that the strategic plan is one of the things that we hold Dr. Faust accountable to. So when we're saying that this is not a blame game, the buck is going to stop at Dr. Faust. So if we are going to put in a goal that we think we can reach, even with, as Dr. Faison talked to us about, our change of enrollment, our redistricting, our new curriculum, all the different things that she cautions us about, new EOGs and expectations for proficiency, lots of different things. So I am just thinking that our energy would be better spent looking at raising each school, because the rising tide raises all ships, rather than just focusing on some broad stroke number to say that we did it, because the other slide she showed us said that it would mean some schools already are there, so they don't have to do anything. Does that mean we take the eye off that prize? Some schools only have to do just a little bit so they can squeak it on by. And some schools, which we know, and we got a list from Dr. Faust of the ones that have routinely for the past 3 or 4 years have been lower performing and not meeting proficiency or growth. So I would rather us not take a broad stroke and just focus our energy on the work that Ms. Walker is suggesting for our task force, so that we fine tune with the schools, customize our fine tuning to the schools. So that's what I think that is a better approach than a broad stroke, let's check off a box.
All right, thank you, Ms. Graybill, and Mr. McManus.
I like that. That's a great point, because there are schools that are at the top and there are schools at the very bottom. So there's a difference in expectations. But I have no problem with the accountability. My question, do you recall for me, last summer, we had literacy, math, and science in summer school for elementary. Is that correct? That would be these were second graders last year. Now these third grade, this is last year's third grade.
This data is last year's third grade, yes.
Okay. So, help me if I recall correctly, we identified 1,500 kids, 1,300?
Yes, so what we did, right.
Was their first priority.
Right, so yes, based on where we identified kids who were at a certain scale score, they were very close for being proficient. So we gave them some additional remediation. And literacy was the the main focus, and then it could be math was next. You know, maybe I passed literacy and I needed math, and then fifth grade science for our fifth graders. Yes, sir.
And we identified how many students?
I think you're close, but when you say 1,500, I'm not sure if that's 1,500 all grade levels, or if that would, I don't have that data in front of me, but yeah.
How many went to summer school?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Came to summer school, excuse me.
I do not have that in front of me.
The reason I bring that up is, if I understand, it was half, or maybe a tad less than half identified. Which I guess my question is, what can we do? How do we do a better job?
Well, you remember, we're doing summer school different this year.
Kids into summer school, or some type of summer program.
So we are doing summer school different. If you recall, last month, we actually will do summer testing different, okay? So we are doing some difference because, and I can't remember the numbers, so we will have that high number, but not only that, students do better. When we go back and look at our data, I can't remember what we got last year. It was substantial, but it wasn't what we had gotten in the past when we did it and their teachers could do it. So we've done it like we've done it in the past because we actually do see a significant amount of increase at the elementary and the middle school level.
And then you attribute that to part of the summer program?
Yes, well, yes, I'll say that. If I'm being, those are kids that were so close, and the way we've done in the past, and we're going to do it this year, they get additional days of remediation, but it's not a long summer program. It's like maybe this kid had a bad day, and they get some extra remediation, and then they get another opportunity.
Ms. Bradford?
I'll say it again. I believe that literacy is one of the most important things. We've taken the strategic plan and changed it as we voted this year to make academic accountability be our number one.
Yes.
That we want to improve our reading. So you've come up with a plan, and it's just, I'm stupefied that we're having this discussion that we don't want to challenge. We don't want to do what you think we can do to improve our literacy scores. We hear parent after parent talk to us about the prison to pipeline. The prison to pipeline is not being able to read. It's not being able to read, and if they can't read by the third grade, it's pretty much over. So this should be a no-brainer. I don't understand the pushback on it, but we owe it to our kids to try to do this. There's no penalty to it. We've set a goal. We can have a giant party when we meet it, because I have no doubt in my mind that you will meet it, and we will be a little further along in remediating all of this learning loss that we have gone through this last 2 years.
Ms. Bowie, if you would.
Mr. Willibor?
We've already had enough. We've already had
This
discussion.
isn't an opinion, this is a question about how it impacts the strategic plan and literacy plan.
Well, we've
already submitted to DPI.
We've already had several discussions. You've already spoken 3 times on this point. And so by Robert's
We don't
Rules of
care
Order. I'm sorry.
about literacy plan. Is that what we're
You've already-
saying?
You've already spoken 3 times
Okay.
on this matter.
Not a problem.
So, okay. Ms. Bowie, if you would call the roll, please. And again, the motion in front of us is to improve our third grade reading by 10% by the end of next year.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
No.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
and Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes, it passes 6-1.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faison.
We'll carry on with new business, call to audience. And I think it says Ms. Bradford, but I believe it actually came from Ms. Barnhart. So I'll give Ms. Barnhart the
Thank you, Mr.
Floor.
Wildebohr. I want to open this discussion with, we have had the call to audience as a first come, first served sign up. That is something that I'll pose the question, do we think this is an equitable way to do this? I know that we have a lot of choice schools in our county. We do not do it by first come, first serve because we try to provide an equal opportunity. What happened last month has happened a few times since I've been involved in the school district where we have an overflow and we have to pick and choose who we want to hear from. I'll be frank, I want to hear from everybody. The call to audience, we are not allowed to communicate back and forth with individuals. I think to have meaningful time to actually engage in conversation is more beneficial. I'm not going to limit the time. Our policy says an hour. I'm fine with keeping it that. If we want to change it to have an infinite amount, let's make it 10 hours. If that's the best way to hear from people, I personally don't think it is. So I would like to see us look at potentially a lottery system where people sign up, they get assigned a number. And it's similar to jury duty. You would get chosen for the slots that we have. But I would also like to add, we have about 20% of our district is multilingual. And we have an opportunity to have a small tab, a drop down, say, I need a translator. So we have our community and family members who can't communicate to us their needs. We have a large Hispanic population, but it's not just them, Vietnamese, Arabic, the list goes on, Ukraine, German. And so I would also like for us to consider for our communications team to provide a drop down support for our families who want to speak, but do not have a way to translate to us. And I think that we can utilize our community partners to assist in providing that support of what that looks like. I would really like for us to look into that. And in addition, and I think this is already in place, and so I'm looking at Dr. Faust, maybe other people to see, to make sure that we are able to have subtitles of our committee meetings on YouTube in different languages so that our families can actually receive the information and not just secondhand gather it. And so that's why I want to open up the discussion.
Well, I would like to add that last night I thought it was excellent that at the state of the county meeting, there was actually a person doing sign language throughout the whole thing. Boy, I tell you, he was moving. But it was a lot of discussion. But I think even having that, we've discussed that before in signing, so that people that have, either are deaf or have trouble hearing can actually participate in a better way. So I just would like to add that. Ms. Mason, I took your thunder, I'm sorry.
You did take my thunder. I've actually been hoping for this kind of conversation for a while. And I know that Ms. Barnhart and I have had that conversation as well. But I absolutely would love it if we could provide those services to our deaf community, to our Hispanic community, to all these communities. And having that drop down would just be a simple way to show that we are listening and that we do want to hear from everybody, no matter the size of the group, whether the deaf population is big or not. We want to hear from them, and we want them to have access. We want everybody to have access to all the things that we're doing here. And so I think that's an excellent step in the right direction.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
So I guess the next question is that possible? Maybe Josh is the one that could answer that question. YouTube, is it capable? I'm sorry, Dr. Faust.
Well, first, communications just got a new job.
Oh, sorry. Well, because we're having some questions, and I didn't know whether he might be the one to answer, whether it's capable.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a possibility.
I can address the YouTube question now, and that option is already built into YouTube.
Okay,
So we've tested that, and if you select the language, it's very similar to the captions. Scrolling across the bottom, select Spanish, it'll be in Spanish. And so that's an option already afforded by YouTube, so that's already there.
Thank you.
And everything else we're happy to look into.
And one additional conversation that I'd like to have is, and something, and like I say, I'm just throwing it out on the table. I know that before the pandemic, or I've heard, I was before my time actually on the board, but that sign up was actually 100% here. I'm not suggesting that, but I have heard over the years that especially teachers, students, 8 o'clock in the morning on a Monday morning is very difficult. They're teaching or learning, and they would like to participate. So maybe we want to look at the possibility of, maybe 50-50 where, we have 30 or 35 people sign up, maybe doing 20 here and, the other 15 online to give people more of an opportunity here to do that. I'm just throwing out that possibility where we have more of a shared thing, shared ability. Ms. Bradford?
And I echo that. We get messages that we want to stop the public speaking. We actually want to hear from more people. And tonight is a really interesting example because we only had 25 people sign up with a day and a half to sign up. That's kind of interesting, but you might be curious to know, of those 25 people, 50% of them spoke last month. They spoke the month before. They spoke the month before. So that small group that we hear from every month are the ones who've figured out how to get through to the call to audience technology. I believe that the technology is broken, that we need a new way of doing it. I don't have a solution, but the way we're doing it, 2 months in a row, it's been a disaster. It creates an enormous amount of frustration when you're sitting there trying to get in and it doesn't work. You don't know if you're going to get in. You might have to go to work. Your child might be crying. Your dog may be waiting at the door to go out. And it's just, you can't do it on your phone. You can't do it on your iPad. You have to use a computer. And it disenfranchises a certain number of people, including the teachers. So we need to come up with another way. I don't have the answers, but we need to come up with another way.
Ms. Graybill?
Yeah, I would like for us to take a look at the wording in policy 2310, where it says the board will allow up to 1 hour of public comment and call to the audience. And so tonight we had just under an hour with 25 people. Last month with our people there, we had 1 hour and 20 minutes of time, and that was just in the beginning. We only had a 7-minute break from the ruckus. So that would be an hour and 13 minutes. So our policy says 1 hour, and we have the longest public commentary of any district in the state. So and so even when it says that we will have 30 participants, that is not in our policy. That is something that we just made up. So in order to get more people in. But in reality, we don't have to do it that way. I think we should address the hour, and when we're done at the hour, then they need to move to the end, because that's what our policy says. Or we're gonna have to change our policy. And it doesn't say that we get this many to sign up online. It doesn't say we get this many. So maybe we need to have a procedure, like a 2310-R or something, if we want to codify that at all. But we're being very inconsistent with managing our own policy. So we ask them not to applaud, we ask them to be ready, and yet we still go over the time every single time.
Ms. Walker?
But if we're asking people to sign up beforehand and we don't know how many people are going to do it, that was the easier way to do it, I think. And I know we're going a little bit over, but there is transition time, and sometimes we do take a little bit longer. I think it was under an hour, you say, this time. It was a little over an hour last time. I think unless we change the way we sign people up, I don't know we can control that part with the online sign up, as far as just doing exactly an hour, because we don't know how many people are going to sign up. We don't know, we don't know circumstances. People take a little bit longer to get up there. I don't know. I just feel like, if we're being a stickler about an hour, it's just going to be hard doing the online sign up.
I think maybe our smartest next step on this would be to bring it back to policy and let policy kind of come up with an idea or a plan, because it's going to have to change our policy. And I've been before accused of trying to do a lot of things from the dais, so maybe that, I would make a motion that I don't know if we need to make a motion, but we'll make a motion, make it official, that we send the call audience back to policy for further discussion and for them to bring us back a plan.
I second.
Second, Ms. Craybill. All in favor of sending it to policy? Oh, is there any discussion? Maybe we should.
I would
Yes.
like to say, are we trying to see the criteria of the, how we enroll people in call to audience? Are we wanting to see a translation option for students who need a translator? I mean, I'm happy to explore this, but if there was specific directions that we want to see come out of policy, I'd like to know now versus going back and forth them.
I would like to say that we would definitely like to look at how we sign people up to see if we want to balance it more. I'm not one to say we need to reduce it at all, but I think maybe we should, have some kind of balance. 'Cause I don't think in a couple of times that I've been the chair, we haven't had, people not show. We actually had 2 today, so I changed my mind as I say that. But we had 2 today that signed up, and, somebody else could have taken their spot. So, maybe at least balancing it so that we have, some people here. So that'd be I think that Mr. Smith has already said that he can do most of that. Maybe we should say that maybe we should put it in policy that we will have translators as needed, because I do think we need to be able to provide for people. Like I say, even last night, I thought it was exceptional that the county commissioners had someone there signing to share.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am?
I think to take it to policy, we have to address the fact that if we have 30 people that sign up online and we have 5 people that can sign up outside, that's 35 people. Times 2 minutes, you're already over the hour. You're already over the hour, and that's not counting the transition time between the speakers and dealing with the clapping. So we have to address that issue, and I don't have a solution. I'm aware that it's a problem.
Ms. Walker?
So I just want to go ahead and say I'm not in favor of allowing 60 minutes and then kicking somebody to the end of the meeting. I just think that's not appropriate. I think we had a kind of a mix-up last time, and we made people wait, and they had to leave because our meeting went 5 hours. So I'm not in favor of that. I feel like if you guys are going to, the policy committee is going to look at how we sign up or versus time, and maybe we need to get some public input. I don't know. This is just a suggestion. We have a town hall perhaps coming up soon, and maybe we'll hear about that then. But it's definitely, to Ms. Barnhart's point about are we doing time, and if we're going to get people that need interpreters, it's going to take a little longer. And so I'm just saying now, I'm not in favor of kicking people to the end of the meeting.
All right, well, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all in favor of sending call to audience to the policy committee for their recommendations, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 7-0.
And Pete, I think it should be policy 2310, not call to the audience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yes, ma'am. All right, carrying on public participation meetings, we do have 3 per policy, minimum of 3 per policy. Hopefully you brought your calendar. I have mine in front of me. We would like to space these out, obviously. Mr. McManus made a point the other day that we haven't had to have any interim meetings. Well, we're going to have at least 3 because I think that's the typical time that we do that. We could possibly do it as early as March. Excuse me, not March, I'm sorry. I'm a month off. We could do it as early as April, which would be the 18th. Or we could wait till May for the first one, which would be the 16th.
So
Preferences. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Crable.
last year, we did May, July, and September, just for reference for folks. So we spread it out, throughout, like 1 in this school year, the rest of the school year, and then 1 in the summer and 1 in the fall.
So last year, for some reason, I was saying it was March, but I guess you're probably right.
March was the first one that we had last time.
Right, so it was March.
March, July, and September.
Okay, you just said May, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant March.
Yeah.
March, July, and September.
Was it the summer one that was really poorly attended?
Yes,
One
I
of them
believe it was.
really poorly attended.
Yeah, I believe it was. So since we're already halfway through March,
I could do it.
why don't we, does April 18th work for everyone?
Ms. Barnard, is that policy on the 18th of April?
Well,
That is on the agenda to be voted for the third Tuesday, so it could be, yes.
because that's a week after spring break. All right, so we will hold our first public participation meeting on April 18th.
Mr. Wilbur, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're still going to have our regular board meeting on March the 4th.
Correct.
Because April the 4th.
Yes, ma'am.
Because April the 11th, we're on spring break.
Spring break to the 10th through the, yeah.
And then, so our policy would normally be April the 18th. That's in the morning, so we could do it, we can do one in the evening.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah,
Yes,
so
ma'am,
what
Ms.
time?
Walker? It's
Sure.
regular time, 5 o'clock. It'd be 5, it's a 2-hour meeting, 5 to 7.
5 to 7, okay, that's what I was going to ask.
Oh.
5 to
Tax
7.
day, in case anybody is going to be under the gun.
5,
Just
7.
FYI.
And can we somehow reach more people with the media that we're having it, so we have better attendance? I mean, everybody says they want to talk to us, and then we have it, and they don't show up. So, can we somehow reach
The media is
more
aware.
people in a different way?
Yes, ma'am, we'll market it. The media is aware of the meetings, though, and it's their prerogative to attend or not.
Yeah, I think, thinking back, and I may be wrong, but thinking back from last year, I think the first one we just did kind of an extended called audience, so I think then the second meeting, so a lot of people didn't show up because they were just like, well, it's going to be the same thing, so.
Yeah.
That may
Wasn't
be
any
so.
back and forth.
Right. So our second meeting, I think Ms. Crabill's idea of July. So the first Tuesday, and let's look at that right now, the first Tuesday is actually the 4th of July. So instead of waiting until, that month to decide, we may want to, and it's not on the agenda, so we please think about the fact we may want to move that meeting. And if we were to move that meeting, we probably would move that to the 11th.
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and just
yeah,
make
let's do
that
that.
decision right now.
Okay. Is everyone good with
Sorry,
moving?
can you repeat that, please?
The board
sorry?
meeting is July the 11th, the
July
regular
11th?
meeting.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, it's summer, people are on vacation, maybe we skip over that and go to August. I don't know.
I would agree with Ms. Bradford on that.
I'm sorry?
I would agree with Ms. Bradford on that because I feel like everyone will be away, and if we want participation,
Yeah.
I would echo.
Okay, so we've moved the July regular board meeting to the 11th. I think can we just do it by consensus? Everybody's good with that? All right, then we move on to August. The first the Board of Education meeting, the first one would be on August 1st.
That's only 3 weeks between meetings.
And then the second, so then we would look at August 15th. Is that a good day for us, Dr. Faust? Is that a great day for us? Is that-
Well,
Well, I mean,
when do teacher workdays
That's what I'm
start?
thinking, teacher workday. That's what I was
We've
thinking.
got
That's
teacher
why I wanted to-
workdays, we've got your back-to-school convocation,
Yeah, I don't want to,
leadership academy.
Guys, are you okay with 3 weeks between the two board meetings? They still have to have the agenda briefing? It's pretty tight. From the 11th to the 1st.
I don't see anything. Yeah. There we go. Does anybody see any problem with the 15th of August being the next public participation meeting?
But we're having the regular meeting on the 8th?
On
Is
the
that what I'm
1st?
hearing suggested?
That it would be a month out,
Mr. Chair?
Is that more comfortable? I see one head shaking yes over there. I mean, I don't
Mr.
want
Chair.
to put you guys in a squeeze.
Right now, we have the
3
8th and
weeks.
the 15th.
We put them in the squeeze all the time.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I know you're concentrating. I know we were asking staff, but they're not generally here, right, for the meetings? Were you, Ms. Bradford, asking? I think you.
I'm talking about the general board meeting.
Oh, okay, because,
The July meeting is going to be on the 11th. We just moved it. And if we go to follow our plan, then the August regular board meeting will be on the 1st. And in between those, we got to squeeze in the agenda briefing and all the prep and all the reports and all that stuff that they do.
Dr. Fest, is that
Somewhere
would that
budget's
be a
in
problem?
there. Ah.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Vogel.
Yes, ma'am. Ms.
To
Grable.
Ms. Bradford's point, in last year, when we were having interim meetings, we were basically having a meeting, having an agenda review, having a meeting, having agenda review. I mean, it was terrible, but that's what we
And I
did. So
think, you
1
know-
month, I don't want to say it ain't gonna kill us, but I don't think we should start getting off of our regular meeting schedule just
Right.
because we're all.
I would agree.
Okay.
I would agree. So unless we hear in the next 30 seconds, we're going to go with the 1st and then the 15th. Sir? Okay, nothing, okay. All right, so we'll do public participation on the 15th. I would think we would want to skip September instead of having 2 back-to-back months, so maybe October. Is that okay with everyone? October, so that'll be our last one. So we have the first Board of Education meeting is on the 3rd, and then the 17th would be the public participation meeting of October. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Craybill.
Can we designate that they're going to be town halls, or do you want to reserve the right to make it a different kind of meeting?
Well, with the first one, we'll say is a town hall, and why don't we look at how that is and have the feedback from everyone, and we'll go from there. So the first one will be a town hall. Okay, so we have, again, those dates. Let me reiterate those real quickly. April the 18th, public meeting. Town hall. Then we are going to, we have moved the July 4th meeting to July 11th. Our next public participation meeting is August 15th. And our final public participation meeting is October 17th. All right, moving on quickly from there, we are on to legal services contract. Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Well, excuse me, actually, Ms. Sutton.
Yes.
Vote on those, or do you want to take a consensus just so we have it recorded in the minutes?
Let us take a consensus for those 3 dates that I just said. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Passes 7-0. We will carry on. Ms. Sutton?
So we wanted to have a discussion about our attorney, our legal contract, our attorney contract. Can you hear me okay?
Are you on?
You can't hear me?
Yeah, you can now, yep.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So as we had talked about briefly, I believe it was at agenda review meeting, our current contract ends for our attorney services ends June 30th of this fiscal year. And at that point in time, we can renew for another year, or we would need to provide 30 days notice of non-renewal of that contract. So if we decide to non-renew, then we would need to go through the process of putting out a request for qualifications. And as part of that, we would want to, now I will go ahead and say at your desk or your seat, you should have a draft of a request for qualifications, and this is based on what was done previously. So we have done this, I think, about 2 years ago. And so is this a similar document as what we released at that point in time? And so I've just provided some highlights for some dates that we would need to identify before we could actually put that out for bid or for qualification responses. And you'll notice in that request for qualifications, it also talks about, and something that we would need to talk through, is you would create a committee to be able to evaluate the responses that come back for those qualifications. Previously, that committee was made up of 2 board members, superintendent, and I think the chief finance officer at that point in time, but the board, of course, could decide who's on that committee. I would also say we're required to post that qualifications for responses at least 2 weeks or 14 days. I would recommend at least 21 to 30 days just to make sure you are getting as many responses as possible, so when you're doing that evaluation. And so I'll be glad to answer any questions you have. As I said, at your seat, you have your request for qualifications, just a draft, and you also have a rubric that was used by the committee last time to evaluate what was submitted.
I do have one question. Where do we post that? I've talked to one attorney, and he said that he's on all the boards, whatever they call them, the boards, and he said, I never saw anything from, last time.
Okay. Yeah, so we definitely post it on our websites within New Hanover County Schools, and we also would post in the newspaper, and then wherever else we think would be a viable way to get people to apply. And then, of course, if we know of people that are qualified that we were interested in, we could also send the RFQ to them just as a heads up that this has been posted for people that are interested. And so I can talk to my purchasing department and my purchasing agents to identify other sources or resources that we could use to get that posting out as well.
Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I don't have any questions, except I'm wondering why we want to do it. So I'd like to make a motion that we extend the contract for another year for the contract that we already have.
Okay, there's a motion before us to extend Therington Smith for another year. Is there a second? Okay. Well, let me just see first if we get a second. Is there a second? Hearing none. Ms. Barnhart?
So my question was, Ms. Sutton, is there anything stopping from Therington Smith to continue to apply? I just know the dollar amount is a large amount of money, and so my thinking of potentially looking is to see that, but I'm not personally at the point to say they're not allowed to apply.
No, they would certainly be eligible to apply. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want that clarification. Thank you.
Ms. Walker?
Yeah, so I think Ms. Crable and I were on the committee last time, and I think Therington was allowed to apply again. So, I mean, I think it's worth looking at their contract as well as others. I think what we struggled with last time is the lack of either, I wouldn't say interest or, like you say, Mr. Wildeboer, like where was it posted? And perhaps we didn't get as many as we had hoped. And so hopefully this time, maybe we can do a broader search. I mean, I don't remember how we did it exactly last time, but it wasn't, I think, as broad as it could have been.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. McManus?
I've said this before, so I don't mind saying it again. It's crucial, hopefully, that particularly the new board members realize that we have a history. We have the sexual assault, which some of us get blamed for all the time. We weren't even on the board. But you're talking about whether you like his haircut or not, or the name of his firm. You're talking about someone who's been with us for a year and who knows the intricacies,
Yeah, that word.
Of everything. I don't know why I can say that. They know so much about where we have been, how we got to where we are, and then what we're having to deal with in the future, which is mammoth. It is overwhelming. So I can't disagree that you want to open and discuss, but I would hope that we would never consider someone who doesn't have a background in educational arena, particularly working with boards. Because we'll regret it. We will regret it.
Yeah.
And I just think that's the key to this whole process. The last time we had somebody who had never dealt with an educational arena at all. So think about the complexity, the stuff that we haven't discussed, the stuff that we discuss in closed session. He knows all that. How do you bring a new rep up to date for the last 3 to 4 years of what we've gone through? I think that's crucial. Whether I like him or not, he is the dictionary for where we've been, where we are, and where we're going to be. So my 10 cents worth.
Ms. Bradford?
I send it to all of you, so I know you have it. The public doesn't know it. I asked Ms. Sutton for the last 5 years of our legal fees, and we've gone from having a on-staff attorney, someone who was on staff. They got vacation time, they got comp time, they got Social Security, all those things. We start this chart with that, and now we have, and I don't mean it, I don't know how else to call it except for billable hours. So we've gone through that. And in between, there's another option, is having an in-house attorney. Sometimes people refer to the person who was on the staff as being in-house, but we're talking, another option is an in-house, it's an outside firm that every time we call them, and we call them a lot, we involve them a lot, that's one option. So I'd like to look at options, but just so you know, in the 5-year study and the comparison, we're up 163% in our cost. So if they follow this trend that we've already established, we're going to be at $500,000 in less than 2 years with the increase. So I am always interested when we're spending $500,000 to look at other options. I agree with Mr. McManus. This firm has to be, we have to equal or greater than. So I make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we instruct the superintendent to have Ashley prepare us, and she's calling this a request for qualifications, which most of us know is an RFP, but I've been through it at length, and it's a request for qualification to solicit responses from education law firms for Board of Education legal counsel, both as in-house counsel and or how we have now as billable hours, and to prepare it and have it for review for the chairman and the finance committee on March 21st, 2023, the already scheduled meeting.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. I did mumble a bit. We instruct the superintendent to have the central office staff prepare, we've already got a draft of it here, request for qualification, RFQ, to solicit responses from education law firms for Board of Education legal counsel, both as in-house counsel or as we have now billable hours, not considering on staff. RFQ to be prepared, or this one that we've got in front of us, updated by staff for review by the Finance Committee at its March 21st, 2023 scheduled meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Question.
We have a second? Then we can discuss it. There's a second.
I would second, but I would want to amend the date. I move to amend the date so that we do the allotment time that Ms. Sutton said of the 21 to 30 days out, which would be a minimum of
What?
the 28th.
I believe, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but I think that she's just saying prepare the document, not
No, she gave us a date.
to have the document prepared or to have the, I guess, let me ask a qualifying question. Are you asking to have the document prepared to send out by that date, or are you saying you want to have all the responses by that date?
Oh, gosh, no. The document prepared, and she basically has it prepared.
Yeah.
So it's the 21st is several weeks away.
And I retract my amendment. I thought you were saying the whole
gosh,
process
no.
was the 21st. I was like.
So we
that's
have,
really
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I seconded.
Okay, we have a first and a second now. We can discuss it. Ms. Crable.
And I want to amend that motion to have the date be at our April meeting, so that we don't have to have another meeting. I'd like to amend the motion that the date that she suggests on March 21st, it be prepared for our next board meeting,
This will be in May.
which will be April the 8th, right?
Right.
One thing to keep in
It's
mind
a
is
month
there,
away.
we do need to be able to have something in place, award it before June, the end of June. And so, we'll have the board meeting, I think it's June 2nd, or I think that might be the date. So if we're not bringing it back for the board to be able to review the draft until April, and then if the next day, if we're posting it, if you're trying to go at least, you need to at least 14 days. I mean, that's a state requirement, but the longer you go, the more responses you're going to receive. So I'm just saying that's quite a very quick turnaround. And if we follow the same procedure as we did before, where you have the committee that reviews everything that's submitted, and then they make the recommendation of the top however many firms that applied, then remember those firms came back, I didn't state this earlier, but they came back and did a presentation to the board. So if you have that piece in there, it's a lengthy process. I'm not saying we don't have time to do that, but I think we need to go ahead and get started as quickly as we can to make sure we have time, unless you're not going to do the board presentations. And so,
And Ms. Walker, maybe you can help me remember, or Ms. Craybill, or Ms. McManus. I think last time we did it was in October, so it was in the middle of a contract.
Oh, I thought it was in June.
Hold on, I took notes from that meeting. I can tell you when it was.
So typically, I think we revisit in June, which is the summer, it's probably better because I feel like we want time, one, and two, there are things that are going on in the schools that we need our attorneys for. And I know that, like, to Ms. Sutton's point, we have to have the presentations and we have to have time to put it out. So I would just say, I don't know maybe I don't understand the current motion, but can we wait till, to make the decision in June? Can we aim for that date? Because I feel like that's in our policy that June is when we revisit anyway. I might leave that question on there.
Ms. Craybill.
Okay, so here's the timeline. On October the 5th, 2021, we sent out the RFP. It was presented at a work session on 12/7/21, after Ms. Walker and I had reviewed the information. We voted on 1/4/2022 for the February 22 to 6/30/22 contract. We voted to renew the contract on 5/3/22. So and then in between there, they gave us their annual report. So we started in October, we presented in December to the board at a work session, we voted on it in April. And it's my recollection that we didn't approve the RFQ, you guys just put it together because that's what your expertise is. We don't approve the RFQ, that they review with our legal and tell us how to put that out. So it was a 3-month process. October to November, 2 months before we even heard a presentation, and then another month before we voted. So it's a 3-month process.
Okay, we're in 3 right now, so we have March through, so we could get it done by the end of June.
And to Ms. Walker's point we heard a presentation from all of our senior staff on the multiple ways that we use Tharrington Smith, that we use Jason as our general counsel, and then any fill-ins in case you can't be here, but we also use other staff attorneys for, every department uses them, for contracts, for EC, for HR, and all that kind of stuff. So the RFQ is not just for being our general counsel. And when we had in-house counsel with Mr. Bullard, he had to go out and use other attorneys. And basically, he went out and used Tharrington Smith. So it's not just for legal, it's not just that simple, just so you'll know to wrap your arms around that, your head around that.
Mr. McManus.
The billable hours, that's just for Tharrington and Smith?
Yes.
no, it would be whatever attorneys that we're using. So if there is a situation.
So that's not Tharrington and Smith in that total?
Yeah, so the total would include all of attorney fees. I did break out in the last document. Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say, in the last document that I sent you, because of some additional questions I received, I did break out the Tharrington Smith total from the total contracted services. That's okay.
I got it.
That's okay.
But yes, that's all of our attorney fees.
And Mr. Wildebohr, we also, comparing how Ms. Bradford did, straight up, percent increase, didn't take into account the specific issues that we were facing in those years. We had lawsuits, we've had hearings, we've had other different things that have come up, we had a changing of the leadership, from chair to chair, which heightens some of the billable hours as the new chair is getting used to what's going on. So it's not just as simple as going percent increase, because you don't know what happened.
Right, but like the lawsuits, and tell me if I'm incorrect, lawsuits are typically, in most cases, especially the big one, is handled not by that would not be in your finance piece. We don't pay for that. That's actually our insurance carrier that pays for that, correct?
Yeah,
Right.
So that wouldn't, lawsuits wouldn't be part of that.
But ancillary stuff, like the other part of the lawsuit, Mr. Sharpless.
Right, he would, yep, okay. All right, yes, ma'am?
After Ms. Sutton and I have been going back and forth, I took the dates that Darrington sent us earlier, that piece of paper that had the cases and the dates, and I put them into that spreadsheet. And then Ms. Sutton's given me some additional information. I've got that done. It's not really germane to this. We're not arguing dollars and cents here. We're just saying, hey, if there's another option out there, we'd like to put out the RFQ and look at it, and we want to do it in time that we're not rushed, that staff's not rushed, we can do all the things that need to be done. And we need to do it really before we get into budget, because that's going to take a lot of our time. That's why I said, we've got a meeting scheduled for the 21st, and the thing's already pretty much done. I would like for you to consider, where is my draft? The special ed. You and I talked about it earlier tonight. The first paragraph in the introduction, fourth line down, after public education, special ed law, I'd like to add that in there, that this attorney firm has great expertise in that. And we're not saying that we're making the change. We're saying, let's bring in some options. Let's look and see what's out there. I went back and reviewed every meeting that we've had on this. There was a lot of contention between the old board about how things were done and where it was put out and so on and so forth. I listened to the two presentations. This is just to see if there's a firm out there that is a better fit for us, or if not, Darrington will still present. I'm certain they will. So it's not, we're not saying we don't want them. We're saying, let's troll and see what options are out there, and let's make a decision and go forward.
I did not write down your motion. Can you reread your motion, please?
Maybe, yes.
Before she reads, I will retract my motion to change the date.
Okay.
Instruct the superintendent to have the central office staff prepare the request for qualifications, RFQ, to solicit responses from education law firms for BOE legal counsel, both as in-house counsel, not on staff, in-house, and/or as we have now by billable hours, and to have this document that we're looking at tonight, the draft, updated by staff for review by the Finance Committee at its March 21, 2023 scheduled meeting.
We have Finance Committee, okay. Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please?
Before she does,
Ma'am.
I thought I heard her say she wanted to add in special education, but she didn't say it when she just reread it.
True.
And to
But
that
she's
point,
preparing it, so it doesn't really need to be said, does it?
It doesn't.
Ms. Sutton?
She's just directed to do the RFQ.
Okay. Dr. Faust?
So just for clarity, how long of a process? Because this contract ends on the 30th, and if we're not, then you have to give, according to, I think our policy, it's the 30-day notice.
Right.
And so we don't want to get in legal trouble for not.
Right. No, lawyer,
So
sure.
how, right, so how,
Or we extend.
so
So what you're saying, we need to make our decision by May the 30th.
Yeah.
well, we need to go ahead and put an RFP out like tomorrow.
Oh,
Because
Right.
you can't wait that long, because then if she needs 21 days, so now.
Well, and
you're pushing to
especially
April.
if you want to see the presentations at a board meeting or either an agenda review, like if you don't want to have a special meeting to see presentations and to vote, on awarding the contract, I think as soon as possible that we can go ahead and get it posted, the better.
Yeah. Let me retract that last piece off my motion. So, and let me say it again. Instruct the superintendent to have the central office staff prepare the RFQ adding special education law to solicit responses from education law firms, from Board of Education legal counsel, both as in-house counsel and/or as we have now by billable hours.
Okay.
Mr. Wilbur?
Yes, Ms. Grable?
So, Ms. Bradford,
So are you saying that you don't, that you're only caring about the extra special ed, you're not caring about construction law, you're not caring about the, HR law and the other ways that we use Barrington Smith?
Did you read this?
I did.
It's
I
in
did.
there.
But your motion is,
No, I said adding the special ed to that introduction, because it's missing from all those other things that you just mentioned.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion. Do you second that, since we've changed the motion? Do you second that still? Sure. Okay. Okay, we have a first and second. Ms.
I'm
Walker.
sorry, I don't mean to delay. We took the date out, so we're trying to do this as soon as possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Should that be in the motion or not?
Well, it
The
is
time frame.
because with no date, it's immediate. They'll get
Okay,
to work.
just clarify.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Craybill?
no.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes,
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes,
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
And Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
that passes 5-2. We will get that. Next, thank you very much, Ms. Hutton.
Can I ask a clarifying question
ma'am,
now
please
that
do.
that's been passed? So as part of the RFQ, there are dates that I need to include in this document, and so I just want to make sure that the board's okay with, so if we release this RFQ on the 9th, which will be my goal, and then we would close it 21 days later, which would be March the 30th. We need to determine who's going to be on the committee. I can reach out to them and have a committee meeting. I can work with them either March 31st or April 3rd. And then would it be okay to do the presentations, the firm presentations on April 25th? Because I would like to include all that in the document. So when they're, submitting their qualifications back to us, they are prepared. They know that they're going to have to do a presentation and what that day that presentation would be on. So I just wasn't sure if it would be okay scheduling that for April 25th, because that's not a regular board meeting, that's an agenda review meeting.
Oh, yeah.
And I just want to
We can
make
add
sure
that
that
in,
would
too.
be okay.
We can add that in, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, and I will give you the names. Well, let's go ahead and I will nominate Ms. Walker, Ms. Bradford, and Dr. Faust. Would you
Okay.
serve on that committee?
And so then our goal would be to bring back for board, the award contract for board approval on May 2nd, which would give us plenty of time to notify if we have a change.
Ms.
Does that
Walker,
sound okay?
I should ask, are you okay with that?
I think I will be here. May 2nd is the date we're trying to meet.
That's
Okay.
okay. So on either March 31st or April 3rd were the dates that I was hoping we could meet. That would be the day after everything would be submitted back to us.
The career day is on the 31st of March, from 9 to 12 at Legion Stadium, just saying. I'm fine with either one of those dates, whatever works for you.
so I would add to the chancellor installation, and I don't know if anybody has signed up to do that, UNCW. That's in the morning as
So you
well.
want to go for the 3rd?
Okay, Ms. Crable.
It's a Monday?
I'd like to ask a question on why this is going to the finance committee.
Always does.
When it should be coming to the whole board, like why did they get to preview it before?
Well, last time, if you remember, Ms. Adams picked a group to do it, so. Oh.
No, I agree with that you have selected Ms. Walker and who?
Ms. Bradford
Ms. Bradford.
and
So
Dr.
they're
Faust.
not the finance committee?
No.
But Ms. Bradford had said, so it's ready for the finance committee to be
Right,
reviewed, and that's
yeah.
what I was just
Yeah,
checking.
no, because then
So I-
Mr. McManus would be part of that.
Yeah, so I think now we're not bringing it back. I'm going to go ahead and use these dates to prepare the document so I can go ahead and get it released. So
We're okay with the 3rd. What time would work for you?
okay. Yep, 3rd works for me. I can make that.
What time, Ms. Sutton?
All right.
Is
Morning?
2 o'clock okay?
That'll work.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Thank you so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
I just make, board members, I can make a clarifying point. If staff do have questions about the RFQ in terms of its development or content, I would encourage staff to reach out to the School Boards Association and not to me. You know, we certainly look forward to the opportunity to submit a bid. It would be inappropriate for me to give input into the document itself, but I know the School Boards Association does provide those services.
Ms. Sutton, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Weber. At this point, Ms. Brinson, please, is up for Esports. Does anybody need to take a moment or two break? No one? We're good? All righty. Let's
So
carry
I'm just
on.
going to take time to introduce the group behind me because they're actually going to be the ones presenting. So Colleen Virgin and Floyd Benfield have been, they're my digital teaching and learning specialists who have been working really hard to get this organized and set up. And Joel actually is a teacher at Hoggard who actually first brought this to me. They were doing a club at Hoggard and the interest was there to have esports. And then we also have Mr. Lewis here if there's any questions as far as athletics. So I'm going to turn it over to Joel.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Jay Campbell. I'm a CTE teacher at Hoggard High School. I teach digital design and animation and game art design. Last spring, I approached my principal, Principal Bell, Ms. Futrell, CTE director, and assistant superintendent, Ms. Brinson, about the possibility of bringing a esports club to Hoggard High School. If you're unsure what esports is, in a nutshell, esports is organized, in-person, competitive video gaming. Students can compete either in a collaborative team of up to 5 players or can compete in one-on-one formats, depending on the game. Participation in competitive gaming or esports is growing exponentially across the globe. Not only are there more professional esports athletes, teams, sponsors, competitions, but also millions of viewers or spectators of these events online. Projections indicate that in the next few years, there will be 84 million viewers of esports competitions in the U.S., which is more than the 79 million Major League Baseball viewers or 63 million NBA viewers. That would make esports viewership second only to the NFL. North Carolina is positioning itself to become a leader in this huge industry. Not only do we have one of the largest and most influential gaming companies in the globe in Cary and Epic Games, but the North Carolina General Assembly and the governor signed a $30 million program to foster esports in North Carolina, including the Esports Industry Grant Fund. Similar to the NC Film Grant, the Esports Industry Grant offers financial incentive for companies to host esport events in the state of North Carolina. $12 million of those money are going to build a new esports arena in my alma mater, NC State University, which when it's built will probably be the biggest collegiate esports arena in the country. One area that's seen tremendous growth within the larger industry of esports is collegiate and high school sports, esports. Colleges across the United States are launching esports programs at an increasing rate, with well over 100 programs currently in existence. Between 2018 and 2019, the number of high school leagues that facilitate esports nearly doubled. And some of the programs started out as student-run clubs like ours, but many are seeing participation in organized leagues now. Ms. Bell, Ms. Futrell, and Ms. Brinson were really excited to offer their support for our club. 2 games were installed in my classroom on the PCs, and this fall we began holding our initial club meetings. Hoggard hosted the first face-to-face esports competition against CTEC in October in my classroom, and our second competition in December involved teams from all 4 traditional high schools and CTEC, and Ms. Crable attended that event. Currently, all 8 New Hanover County high schools have an active esports club and dedicated esports coach. We would like to take it to the next level. I'm here this evening to propose the board formalize esports as an athletic activity in New Hanover County schools. I'm not here, however, to advocate for esports because it's popular. I'm here because of the value that it adds to our schools and to our students. Educators know that taking part in extracurricular activities boosts success a lot. regardless of the activity. Whether it's playing football or video games, studies show that students who are involved in extracurricular activities are more successful in a number of ways. 97% of teen boys and 83% of teen girls play video games. Some of these teens are involved in school clubs and sports. Many, however, are not. By offering esports as an extracurricular activity, schools reach students who are often otherwise disengaged from the school community. Esports in schools can transport those kids from the solitary world of digital gaming into the common space of the school community through the library or computer labs. These otherwise uninvolved students join the ranks of their successfully involved peers, more likely to be engaged during classes, more likely to graduate, more likely to aspire to higher education, and less likely to suffer the spread and harms of feeling out of sync with their school community. Gaming can be an isolating pastime. When students can join school esports teams, it becomes a social experience. Without school esports club, passionate gamers often feel left out of the mainstream school social life. Organized sports bring these kids into the fold. It can help them become accepted and respected members of their school community. Team sports teach valuable skills. Many parents encourage their children to participate in traditional team sports for just this reason. Team sports provide an arena for teaching important lessons and life skills beyond the classroom. The skills practiced and honed as part of a team applies equally to any team activity. Esports is no exception. These skills include working with others, strategic thinking and planning, managing success and failure, time management. Team sports of any kind can provide an opportunity for coaches to instill positive values, principles and standards of behavior like good sportsmanship, fairness, and respect, persistence, honesty, fun, and healthy competition. These values can buoy students throughout their lives. Esports in schools also fosters STEM learning. One of my roles as a CTE teacher is to expose students to the growing number of STEM fields as well as careers in the gaming industry. Offering esports as an extracurricular activity is a great way for high schools to encourage students to pursue careers in lucrative STEM-related fields. Not only does school esports boost student interest in higher education, but it can also provide a pathway to post-secondary scholarships. Nearly 200 U.S. colleges and universities collectively offer $15 million a year in esports scholarships. In conclusion, esports provides an invaluable experience for a normally under-involved population in our schools. Thank you.
Questions? I'll clap.
Questions?
Do we have any questions? Ms. Bradford?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at the fiscal implications.
Oops, thank you. I'm looking at the fiscal implications, $165,000 for equipment, $12,000 a year for league membership and coach stipends. Where's that money coming from?
We have submitted for the equipment a capital request, and then for the coach's stipend, we've submitted another budget request. We understand that the budget's tight. That may or may not happen. We may have to continue it as a club until we can do something. But the interest is there, so I want to make sure we still do it in some form or fashion.
Ms. Mason?
As a mom of two boys that love video games, I love this concept. I love this idea and giving them a space, because so often they're sitting at home playing isolated. And so if they have friends around them, it definitely helps. So I love this.
Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, a couple clarifying points. I love the program. I was really skeptical when I heard about it last year. The North Carolina School Board Association made a presentation to us at our summer workshop, and we're talking about the benefits. One thing they didn't do that you guys did was talk about the career implications. I mean, there's scholarships at colleges, but they weren't, to play the games, but they weren't talking to us as much about the careers, and that's a good connect. And New Hanover kind of got a shout out at that, because we were working in conjunction with UNCW and Cape Fear Community College, so I wanted to just let you guys know that. But this is slated for, fall 2023 to begin, is that what you're saying? Okay, high school only?
Yes.
Okay, and then, how does the coaching stipend that you have listed, compare to the other high school sports coaches, stipends?
Bring this to-
You're looking at me now.
I was gonna look it up, but I thought, well, we'll just go to the end.
It would work the same way in that I can use my coach voice. First, we're a long way past the Atari 2600. So, right? Our coaches' stipends for our athletic teams, they receive that stipend in the season, and it becomes in the month, perhaps if we're in spring. So our spring coaches get their stipend February, March, April, and May. And so it would work the same way with the coaches' stipend for the esports coaches. And to tag along with that, every coach in New Hanover County Schools has to sign a coach's code of conduct. The esport coaches would fall under that same requirement. And then the esport athletes, Ms. Brinson wants to make sure that our esport athletes are also following the same eligibility path that our other sport athletes are following as well.
I guess my question was more, how does it compare dollar-wise? Like what you're asking in the $800?
So what we looked at is, with the stipends, it looks at like how big the team is, how many students are on it. So we were looking at that, depending on esports teams. I mean, you could have anywhere from 5 to, 50 kids. A lot of it depends on the games that you play. So we're not sure. So I kind of looked in there after talking to Mr. Kelly and seeing kind of where it would fit, it's be kind of figured out. So it's not the smallest, but it's also not the largest, kind of in between. But it would be a kind of making sure, once we start forming it, where it kind of would belong, to make sure it falls in line where it should be with all the other sports.
If I could just ask a quick question, and then I'll get back to you. I guess because it says a recommendation for next steps is to approve the esports team to be added as high school. Number one, I think it's great. But my question is, if we were to tonight say, yes, we thumbs up, and does that put us, like with your budget requests, would that?
No, that's still
force
going to go
anybody's
through the budget process. You're
Okay.
just saying that it's going to be a sport. We still have to go through the budget process for capital and the regular budget for the other items.
Okay.
That was just for your information, what's on there.
Okay, Ms. Barnhart.
So I have just some questions. So how do the kids try out? And then what games will they be competing in? And then can they letter in this, just similar to other sports?
That's a good question. A lot of high schools are now offering it as an official varsity sport.
Okay.
Some have varsity and even JV varsity or JV teams. And they are allowed to letter. That would be more of a Kelly question as well, as far as the national, the North Carolina High School Association as well. I know that with speaking with a number of leagues, when we were looking at participating in a league, that they are working on those type of arrangements. So it's coming.
Cool.
As far as tryouts, I coach tennis at Hoggard, and tryouts would be no different. Kids come to play. The main difference is that there are different games that players or students or athletes are good at. So it's more analogous to a track meet, or a track team, where you could potentially have a very large team where each player specializes in a particular game, and that's their specialty. But it's also kind of back to Ms. Crable's point as well. Esports is much bigger than the athletes. UNCG has a number of programs right now that they've just brought on board, certificate, associate programs, that focus on the business side of esports. This is a billion-dollar industry and growing every year. So it's not just about the athletes, it's about the sponsorships, it's about the marketing, it's about the support. In addition to the team members, there's a lot of extra activities that students can participate in, even if they're not playing the games. So social media, filming, streaming the contest, helping the coaches set up the technology. So there's a lot of roles and responsibilities as far as an esports team, probably more than traditional athletics. The games that we're playing right now are Rocket League, Brawlhalla. We're looking at bringing on Minecraft, Creative, or survival rather. And then, most of what the kids want to play, obviously we go through our process, but we're not offering any first-person shooter games. It's not appropriate for the school environment. Most of our games are going to be rated by the ESRB appropriately for the age of children that our kids are going to be playing.
Thank you.
Ms. Graybill?
Yeah, you want to go, Ms. Walker, first before I go
sorry, I did
a second time?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Graybill. I just want to say, I admit that I'm from the original gaming generation, and I know how positive that was for me. And making this more of a team sport is definitely a good thing. It's tied to STEM, it's tied to our local and state economy. It's a unique opportunity for our students especially because of Cary, the businesses they have in Cary. And it is a huge industry. Like, I think I saw a documentary on it. It's a big deal. I think it would perhaps launch careers maybe eventually.
Most colleges and universities
Yeah.
who run esports programs have huge interest in STEM, engineering, math, and the like. So
Yeah, and
there is a connection there between those career fields and esports, absolutely.
Yeah, I've seen that. So, yeah, I'm supportive. I think the only question I would have is, I know we had a discussion about our middle school athletic directors and their, their supplement. So, but I support this completely. I just say, if we can have conversation later about them as well, that would be a good thing too, but I'm in favor.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Graybill?
Yeah, so a couple follow-up questions. So is this a year-round sport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the proposed $687.50 per month would be times 10? Okay. And it's my understanding from the NCSBA that this is not a sanctioned North Carolina High School Sports Association sport, is that right?
That's correct. It is
Okay.
not sanctioned by the High School Athletic Association.
So they can earn letters that we give, and it's not, I just want to make sure that we're clear that we're not following, we don't have to follow their rules. We can opt to follow those rules, but we're not under their umbrella. Is that right?
That would be correct now. It would not necessarily fall under the school athletic directors. It wouldn't fall under, that we were making, Ms. Brinson brought me in because to make it more in line with the others. If it became sanctioned, we would be having a different conversation. Similar to when lacrosse was like a club, and then when the high school association sanctioned lacrosse, then you made it a sport and provided stipends. So we're kind of at that level here.
Okay. So if we approved it to be a sport tonight, and yet we couldn't approve it in the budget, what would be our next steps? Just keep it as a club team and keep competing until we can raise money or find a sponsor or a grant of any sort, to do that?
Yes, pretty much, yes.
And you're the Kelly of this sport, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Much better looking one, too.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
any
thank
other
you.
questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve esports to be added for high schools.
So moved.
Ms. Bradford made a motion. Any second? Or
Second.
Second. Thank you, Ms.
Second.
Mason. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to committee reports at this point. Head Start, that'll be Ms. Barnhart.
Do you want me to go down there or stand?
You can stay right here.
Okay.
Unless you'd rather go stay. Totally up to you.
I can go down there.
No, go down there if you want to.
So the Head Start Committee, I actually had the pleasure of being a liaison, and I went to their meeting on the 22nd of February. And what's really cool about it, and this is in our policy, and I know all of you guys sit in our policy manual and read it from time to time, but the Head Start Policy Council is fully made up of parents. And so they're the kids that are already in the program. So the report that you see that has the student number of like 260, that is just for Head Start, but we know that we serve about over 1,000 pre-K students total. So that's just to keep in mind. We've exponentially grown. So in this council, it's all the parents that are making the decisions. And basically, we talk through I listened, and we talked through what the expenditures were, and something that they're going to be doing is with their CARES Act money, like their COVID relief funds, they hired a firm to basically evaluate them, and so that was a bulk of the meeting. They were discussing with what was coming, and so they're going through that process this month, and we're meeting again in April. But the biggest takeaway for me to relay to the board is we do have a training that we're required to do. And so there was a suggestion to get it done before the summer and suggestion of April to do that. I don't know, with the RFQ being added to the agenda review in April, I don't know if that's the best time for it. But at some point, we do need to put that in the sooner rather than later future because it has to be done prior to the summer. So that is essentially the report, and I'll put in a plug right now. We have our pre-K program open. What's really cool, and I've been talking with Ms. Miles more just to be educated about how we're doing it, but we have a universal process, so if any child of 3 and 4-year-olds, you can apply, and it doesn't matter all the grant funding that we get for different things and the local county funds, your application gets submitted and we can place you in there. So if you have a child that fits the criteria and wants to be in pre-K, please apply. And Johnson Pre-K Head Start Center has been hosting families to walk through the program because we know that is a daunting process. And so I was encouraged to hear that family support network for our students.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Barnhart?
I have a
Ms. Bradford?
comment. Thank you. I have a comment. 260 funded enrollment. And of those, 183 come out of a single-parent home. That's more than 70%. It's something we really need to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just a great program that we're able to serve a lot of our students in our community. And so, like I said, I was really excited to see that this council is purely made up of parents in the program. I think that's great for the family involvement, and just shout out to the Johnson Pre-K Center for just opening up the space to provide the resources for our parents and community members who want to get their children enrolled in school. And they'll get that constant reminder until they finish it, so.
Any other questions or comments? If not, thank you very much. Ms. Barnhart. Next, we have our SHAC, and that will be Ms. Craybill.
Yes, thank you.
Do you want to stay here or go down there?
I'm going to stay here. I'm
Okay.
good. You already saw me standing up there last time playing video games. Yeah. CTE video games. The School Health Advisory Council is also known as SHAC, Policy 6140. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to, for the new board members, and just as a refresher to us board members, Policy 6140 is the one that addresses school wellness, and this is where the SHAC falls underneath. We meet every other month right now as we're going back through our goals. We have a new leader. Susan Cole replaced Sherry Pinto as co-leader, and then Amy Stanley is, Susan's co-leader, with another one of our subject matter experts being Joelle Newman, who is our lead health and PE teacher. So and then I just wanted to share what the vision was, because at every meeting we go back and we look at the vision to make sure that we're always on the same page, working in lockstep with each other. New Hanover County Schools envisions health literate students, staff, and community members who are committed to social and emotional and physical long-term lifestyle choices. So one of the things that we talked about there was we went back and we revisited what is considered an advisory council to make sure that we also stayed focused on that. So the first exercise we did, and I would encourage us to do this from time to time as we're looking at our advisory teams, is, think in your head, when you hear advisory, what do you mean? And some of the things that we threw out was we give advice, we give guidance, but not necessarily directed action. We provide support, we provide relevant data, we provide expertise. And then we also amplify the voice of others. So that was just a definition, and you compare it with the definition of advisory from the dictionary, and it's having or consisting in the power to make recommendations, but not to take action in enforcing them. So that, I just wanted to bring that up because that is something, that we struggle with from time to time.
So also, so the next slide is the whole, now I can't remember the names, whole school, whole child, help me, whole WSCC. It's whole, okay, it's, thank you. So that is our model. Yeah, it took me a while because, I mean, we were all like chanting, not chanting, we make sure we know it. But there are 10, you can see in the circle that there are 10 goals, in the model. And you can read those. The physical education and physical activity, nutrition, environment, and services, health education, social and emotional climate, physical environment, health services, counseling, psychological and social services, employee wellness, community involvement, and family engagement. So the ones that are highlighted are the ones that are in the goals that the board developed with the SHAC committee at a work session in January of last year. And so the community involvement and the family engagement piece, they are embedded in all of these standards. Each one of these standards has a subject matter expert, assigned to it, that are here it is, whole school, whole community, written right in front of me. So I did hear it. But so the goals were broken into 3 different sections: students, staff, and community. And each school has a wellness champion that works within their own school to figure out how they want to, pursue that. It's the wellness plans are included in the school improvement plans, so you can read any of the school's wellness plans by looking at their school improvement plans. But so each one of these has community members, from like the What Clinic, from the health department, from Novant Health, and we've got a principal rep from elementary and secondary. We have, Amy Stanley from, Child Nutrition, and, Susan Cole, obviously. And then we have some other community members. Where we are looking right now is the role I played prior to being a board member was a parent representative. So we are working with the PTA Council to help us, find a person. And as soon as we, have our application process done, then they will be able to apply through there. So that is basically, and then also that we, so a lot of exciting things that are coming from the group in the future, but I'm not going to steal anybody's thunder. We'll wait till that, happens. But we are required to hear our SHAC goals are in place for 3 years, but we are required to, hear a report from them, every year. So we will work, Susan will work with, Ms. Barnum, and we'll figure out a time that's appropriate to hear an update. So it's, bless you. It's a very good committee, very active committee. So I just wanted to update you guys on that. So does anybody have any questions about school health advisory?
Any questions about the SHAC committee for Ms. Craybill?
Okay,
No?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill, appreciate it. Has anyone received any correspondence? If not, we
No,
will.
I haven't received any, but I had something to say in
Okay.
that section.
Please do.
So, do what? Okay, so I forgot, and we forgot last month to recognize School Counselors Week, February 6th through the 8th through the 10th. And we can't let the school counselors go unnoticed for the extraordinary work that they do. March is also National Reading Month. And so a lot of us, and I want to thank all the schools that invited all of us to come to their schools and read, during last week, the Dr. Seuss birthday and Read Across America. And so I thought that was pretty cool. And I had the opportunity, which I wanted to share with all of you all, that for the next month, the first one was last Thursday, the county commissioners are meeting prior to their agenda reviews to talk about their budget. And so, and New Hanover County Schools is in there, so I attended the last one, and just to see kind of what they were thinking for the county, because, I live here, but also how the school system fit in, and of course, I didn't get to do any input, but I got to listen and make notes. The next meeting is Thursday, is not this Thursday, but it's next Thursday, the 16th. And then the next one after that is March the 30th. So we can follow along on their thought process if anybody's interested. They have it at the Government Center, and we can go and listen, or we can watch it on their YouTube or their government channel. So that was all. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thanks for giving us those dates, because I think everyone is very, very interested.
Yeah, and the time is 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, okay. Thank you very much. Announcements very quickly. We have a policy committee meeting going on Tuesday, March 14th at 10 o'clock here in the Board of Education Center. The general public will have the opportunity to view remotely on the NHCS TV YouTube. And the Legislative Committee will meet on Wednesday, March 15th at 12:30. Also here, and the audience seating capacity will be 150. The general public will have the option to view remotely on the NHCS TV YouTube. I don't think we have a need for a closed session. No. So our final bit of business tonight is to adjourn. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion to adjourn, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, board members. Thank you, senior staff. Thank you, Dr. Faust, for being here this evening. Thank you to all those that made it through. Please remember to leave your